بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
المالي استخدام البيانات.
ما المهارات الأساسية التي ستصنع مستقبل القطاع؟
كيف سيكون شكل مستقبل التدريب والتطوير؟ أسئلة عدة يجيب عنها ضيوفنا في الملتقى.
أعتقد أن شكل التدريب في المستقبل سوف يتغير بشكل كبير. سوف نرى الديناميكية في المستقبل سوف يتغير بشكل كبير. سوف نرى الديناميكية في العملية التدريبية والتعليمية. أعتقد أيضاً أنه أعتقد أن منصات التعلم الإلكتروني أيضاً سوف تلعب دور كبير في عملية التدريب والتطوير، مما سيتيح للجميع الحصول على التدريب في أي وقت وأي مكان.
أنا أعتقد أن التدريب والتطوير في المستقبل راح يكون التطور فيه في مسارين. المسار الأول اللي هو الاستفادة من الذكاء الاصطناعي والمحاكاة في رفع مستوى جودة التدريب. أما المسار الآخر فهو تعزيز ثقافة التدريب على رأس العمل ومن خلال المشاريع المتعلقة بأعمال الموظفين.
بدون أدنى شك قطاع التدريب والتطوير سيشهد تحولاً جذرياً نتيجة للتقدم في التكنولوجيا. ومن بعض الاتجاهات المحتملة في المستقبل هي استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. ستعتمد المؤسسات على الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحليل احتياجاتها التدريبية وتقديم محتوى تعليمي تفاعلي. ثانياً، التعلم عن بعد وما يسمى بالإي ليرنينج سوف يقدم فرص للأفراد في أي مكان وأي زمان. وثالثاً، التعلم القائم على المشاريع. ستتجه البرامج نحو التعلم من خلال المشاريع، مشاريع حقيقية لتعزز من اكتساب المهارات.
يسعى الملتقى إلى أن يكون رحلة إثرائية من خلال توفير حلول التعلم وفرص التطور بالتزامن مع متغيرات القطاع. ملتقى الأكاديمية المالية 2024، نمو مستدام للمواهب.
بالفعل ربما مرت عليكم كلمات متناثرة في هذا النوعية. رئيس مجلس أمناء الأكاديمية المالية لإلقاء
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طموح لحجم قطاعنا المالي ومساهمته في تمويل الاقتصاد، أو بصفته رافد اقتصادي مهم، غير اللي نشهده في قطاعنا المالي، سواء ملتقى فنتك 24 استضاف الأخوة في شركة الأهلي المالية في إدارة الثروات والتخطيط المالي خلال الفترة القادمة، ليتمكن من التميز في هذا القطاع، من ضمنها إدارة البيانات وتحليلها من القيمة المضافة في قطاعنا المالي. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية الأكاديمية المالية وأعمالها. وجدنا أن الأكاديمية المالية منذ إنشائها وإطلاقها واستقلالها في عام 2020 دربت من قطاعنا المالي ما يزيد عن 50,000 متدرب من القطاع، وبال90,000 شخص من العاملين في القطاع المالي. وكذلك عقدت عدد من الشراكات مع أبرز الجهات التعليمية والتدريبية، تصل في عددها اليوم إلى حوالي 40 جهة تعليمية وتدريبية وتأهيلية في العالم. نزيد عبره من التحديات والفرص المتعلقة بالقطاع، خصوصاً في مجال تدريب الكوادر البشرية، لنتمكن بمشيئة العلي القدير أن نجابهها ونتعاطى معها جميعاً بتعاوننا كلنا سوياً. وأسعى وأتطلع للتعلم منكم والاستفادة منكم خلال جلسات المؤتمر المختلفة. فشكراً، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا لك معاليك. وبالفعل كما ذكرت كل ما حدث خلال العملية وتوظيف التكنولوجيا المتقدمة في عملية صنع القرار. حول هذا تدور جلستنا الرئيسة لهذا الملتقى بعنوان القيادة في عصر التقنية والابتكار. اسمحوا لي أن أرحب بالأستاذ محمد.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، حضورنا الكريم، شكرا أخوي محمد على تقديمي. أنا الأمانة كتبت مقدمة، لكن بعد مقدمتك ألغيت معظمها. أرحب بكم من جديد. الابتكار والتقنية هذا هو عصرها لا شك في ذلك، ليس هذا رأي، هذه حقيقة دامغة نعرفها جميعا. السؤال كيف يمكن التقنية والابتكار أن تساهم في تمكين المنظومة ظل كل هذه المتغيرات. اسمحوا لي أن أتشرف بتقديم ضيفي في هذه الجلسة معالي نائب وزير المالية الأستاذ عبد المحسن بن سعد الخلف. تأكد أن عليك طال عمرك ورحب فيك في هذه الجلسة ونشكرك على وجودك ويانا. أبي أبدأ بمحور هذه الجلسة.
بداية أشكر الزملاء والزميلات في الأكاديمية المالية على التنظيم المميز لهذا الحدث وعلى دعوتي للمشاركة فيه. ومثل ما ذكرت محمد، وأكيد مثل ما تطرق مع الأستاذ محمد القويز في كلمته الافتتاحية، أنه العالم جالس يشهد تطور غير مسبوق في التحول الرقمي والتقنية، وأكيد هذا يؤثر بشكل مباشر على صنع السياسات العامة باستخدامات التقنية المالية، سواء ذكاء الأعمال أو الذكاء الاصطناعي لأغراض في الاقتصاد والمالية، سواء استخدام البيانات الضخمة تأثير يعني مع وجود عدد ضخم من عملت مع الجهات الرقابية تحت مظلة برنامج تطوير القطاع المالي لتطوير استراتيجية التقنية المالية، وهي أحد ركائز برنامج تطوير القطاع المالي. له فوائد كبيرة جدا سواء على الجهات الرقابية أو المستفيدين، من خلال الشمول المالي، سهولة الوصول إلى التمويل بأسعار منخفضة، الدعم في التكلفة، الكفاءة، الحوكمة وغيرها. فيمكن هذا بالنسبة
جميل مالي. يعني لا شك حياتنا في جميع حلم القطاع المالي دائما في الوصول لأفضل طريقة للتنبؤ
بذكاء الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي وغيرها، في تكامل بيانات في منظومة المالية، في تكامل بيانات في منظومة المالية، وأيضا يعني بدعم نتيجة اللي يعطينا أكثر مصالح حولها مختلفة في العالم، سواء تقنيات البلوك تشين، تقنيات مهم في أنظمة المدفوعات في الحوكيز وغير للأفضل.
الخلف بالفعل كما ذكرت ونود لفت الانتباه إلى ما تحدث عنه في القطاع المالي، هناك حساسية دائما للمعلومة وللمداولة المحلل المالي المعتمد في السوق السعودي. لتكون التنفيذي للأكاديمية المالية الأستاذ مانع الخمسان. هذا العام نحن نكثف التنوع في الشراكات ونتوكات عديدة بنيناها مع جامعات ومعاهد عريقة، لأنه من قيم هذه الأكاديمية الشراكة. Thank you. It's highly appreciated. Thank you. وحرصا من الأكاديمية المالية على تعزيز مهارات العاملين في قطاع التأمين، يسعدنا الإعلان عن حصول الأكاديمية المالية على اعتماد معهد التأمين القانوني CII كمركز تطوير مهني معتمد. ندعو الأستاذة جيل وايت للانضمام إلى سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي هنا على المسرح لتسليم شهادة الاعتماد. سنحتفظ بهذه الصورة التذكارية وبهذه اللحظة لأجيال قادمة، لأن الأكاديمية هي أول مركز معتمد من المعهد في المملكة. Thank you. كما يسعدنا أيضاً الإعلان عن اعتماد عالمي من جامعة مدير التنفيذي لمركز ريادة الأعمال والتقنية بالجامعة للانضمام إلى الأستاذ مانع. تتسلم الأكاديمية الآن ممثلة بالأستاذ مانع شهادة الاعتماد، ونلتقط الصورة التذكارية. هذا التصنيف سيمكن المهنيين السعوديين من الوصول الحصري إلى برامج ومعسكرات ريادة الأعمال والتقنية الرائدة عالمياً. أيضاً يسعدنا شراكة الأكاديمية المالية مع معهد سويسري للتدريب التنفيذي في إطلاق مبادرة تأهيل 150 قائد في قطاع التأمين. ندعو رئيس التدريب التنفيذي في المعهد الأستاذ ريمو ستينميتس للانضمام إلى رئيس الأكاديمية هنا على المسرح لإطلاق المبادرة. هذه مبادرة تعد الأولى من نوعها في المنطقة، تهدف إلى تأهيل 150 قائد في القطاع من خلال عدد من البرامج النوعية، أبرزها برنامج قادة التأمين الناشئين. وفي تحالف نوعي بين الأكاديمية المالية وأكاديمية التميز وجامعة نيويورك وجامعة الدراسات العليا لإدارة الأعمال في باريس ومعهد المحللين الماليين المعتمدين، كل هؤلاء يسعدنا اليوم أن ندشن مبادرة معهم، مبادرة المدراء الماليين التنفيذيين في القرن 21. ندعو جميع الشركاء يستحقون هذه الصفقة. ندعو الأستاذة إيمان اليامي الرئيس التنفيذي لأكاديمية التميز، وندعو كذلك الأستاذ روب سالومون عميد كلية ستيرن في جامعة نيويورك، وتنضم إليهم أيضاً الأستاذة آن فاليري كوربوز عميدة التدريب التنفيذي لجامعة الدراسات العليا لإدارة الأعمال في باريس. ويكتمل عقد هذه المبادرة بانضمام الأستاذة دانا دي المدير التنفيذي في معهد CFA. إذن هذه مبادرة المدراء الماليين التنفيذيين في القرن 21. نهدف إلى تأهيل 60 مدير مالي تنفيذي في السنة الأولى لهذه المبادرة. يجتمع كل هؤلاء من أجل تحقيق المنجز. Thank you. It's our great pleasure. Thank you. It's our great pleasure to have such a partnership with you all. Thank you. استمر لشهور إلى شركاء آخرين كانوا جزءاً من النجاح لهذا الصباح، فنتحدث عن الرعاة. ما يميز ملتقى الأكاديمية المالية ليس فقط المضمون والأهداف، بل تلك الروح التي تجمعنا معكم جميعاً للعمل من أجل تحقيق الأفضل في تجسيد هذه الشراكة، لأن الشراكة هنا روح تعاون وتكامل لتحقيق رؤية مشتركة، دائرة التميز والابتكار. معاً نصنع الفرق، معاً نحقق الأهداف. الآن نستأذن معالي راعي الحفل الأستاذ محمد بن عبد الله القويز بتشريفنا على المسرح لتكريم شركاء النجاح، وكذلك أيضا الأستاذ مانع الخمسان الرئيس التنفيذي للأكاديمية المالية ليتفضلوا مشكورين هنا على المسرح. البلاتينيون والماسيون والذهبيون وكذلك أيضا الفضيون. نبدأ بالرعاة البلاتينيين للملتقى، شركة ميدجلف، ويمثلها سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ عمر المحمود. ومعهم أيضا البنك الأهلي ويمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ طارق السدحان. بنك الرياض ويمثله سعادة الرئيس الأول لقطاع العمليات الأستاذة إنجي الغزاوي. هذا الملتقى بالأستاذة رنا البابطين. الأهل المالية ويمثلهم سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ راشد شريف. الرعاة الذهبيون لهذا الملتقى كان الأستاذة سماح الرشيد. وأيضا من الرعاة الذهبيين لهذا الملتقى البنك السعودي الفرنسي ويمثله سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ بدر السلوم. الأول للاستثمار ويمثله سعادة العضو المنتدب والرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذ علي آل منصور. إذن القطاع المصرفي يؤمن بهذا الملتقى ويؤمن بأهدافه من أجل نمو مستدام للمواهب. أما الآن الرعاة ويمثلها الرئيس التنفيذي والمؤسس الأستاذ محمد العيبان. شركة كور فيجن للاستثمار ويمثلهم سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي والمؤسس الأستاذ فيصل العبد السلام. الأعمال وتكتمل نواحي هذه الشراكة والرعاية بالشركاء الإعلاميين. أرقام ويمثلها سعادة الرئيس التنفيذي للإيرادات الأستاذ عبد العزيز العبيد. وكذلك أيضاً قناة الشرق يمثلهم سعادة كبير مذيعي قناة الشرق مع بلومبرج الأستاذ عبد الله السبيعي. شكرا جزيلا لكم، والشكر موصول لمعاليك على الحضور وتشريف هذا الملتقى، والشكر أيضا موصول للأستاذ مانع. نستمر في جلسات هذا الملتقى ومع المواهب ومع تعزيز الأكاديمية المالية بمستهدفاتها بالشهادات المهنية وأيضا البرامج التدريبية الأخرى والشراكات، كما شاهدتم جزءا كبيرا منها في هذه الجلسة. عناوين كبيرة نريد أن نتحدث عنها في هذا الملتقى، والأهم من هذا الملتقى هو عملية التعارف وعملية التحدث مع جميع من يمثل جهة مصرفية أو تأمينية أو حتى أيضا جهة حكومية فيما يتعلق بالقطاع المالي، لأن الفرص الواعدة والكامنة دائما بالقرب في كافة الجهات العاملة في القطاع المالي. نرحب بكم والمتغيرات المتسارعة، بناء ثقافة التعلم المستمر. نأمل من مدير الجلسة الأستاذ علي أصلان التكرم بتقديم متحدثيها. علي أصلان موجود؟ علي أصلان وين؟ We invite the moderator, Mr. Ali Aslan, and his distinguished guests. The stage is yours. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed for this very kind introduction, ladies and gentlemen. My name has just been stated is Ali Aslan. I'm an international presenter. We have 4 outstanding speakers. The region, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome Tariq Al-Sudari. And while Mr. Tariq is making his way to the stage, it is my great pleasure to welcome the next speaker. He's the Managing Director and CEO of SAB Invest, a leading investment firm here in Saudi Arabia. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Ali Al-Mansour, the CEO of Mahmoud's. And last but certainly not least, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here, obviously in the audience, but also here on stage for this very important panel discussion titled Thriving Through Rapid. Highly ranked experts here with us, so this is promising to be a very fruitful debate. Tariq, and certainly in politics, in sports matter. They are very essential. So some people are critical, or rather suspicious, that the concept of continuous learning sometimes seems to clash with this desire and the need for immediate results. It is sometimes met with doubt, as you know, some calling it even unrealistic in environments focused on immediate productivity. So I wanted to get your reaction to this as somebody who's at the forefront, obviously, as learning and productivity, immediate results.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you all. There is certainly a balance to be had and a trade-off. And the trade-off in this context that any organization faces is between immediate short-term results and long-term competitiveness, long-term effectiveness, and sustainability. And if you focus exclusively on the short term, you will be successful in the short term, but then you will fall behind in the long term. And so it's not really an option to choose between the two. You have to pursue the two, and you have to pursue it. Continuous training goes to the heart of maintaining and building your competitive edge. And I think your competitive edge comes from building an organization that is distinctive, that is agile in professional services and financial services. But I think it's especially true in the context of the Saudi market, where we are seeing change with regulatory reforms, with demographic and technological trends that are rapidly changing. Training is not only about professional development and about building relationships and networks. It's about personal rejuvenation. It's about cultural enhancement. And all of that goes towards attracting and retaining and sustainability.
Yeah, thank you so much indeed. Agility is key, you said. I think that is a very important statement, stressing that continuous learning is driving the resilience, if you will, and the adaptability in a very fast-changing financial landscape. Thank you so much. I will, of course, come back to you throughout this discussion, much more to be looked at here. But let me bring in Ali Al-Mansour here at this particular point. As the people say, there seems to be, to reconcile, if you will, the need for immediate productivity and results versus continuous learning. There seems to be a gap, some people say, in the concept. What's your reply?
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, all. Very happy to be here. So I had a dinner with a friend.
Perhaps you can bring the microphone closer. Thank you.
Do you hear me okay now?
Much better.
So I had a dinner with a friend about a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about the emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and how we, a little bit older than me. Back then, we used to do our accounting work with these large hard copies and pen and paper. And then the spreadsheets came out, and we all panicked. We thought this is going to end our careers. It's going to replace us. However, when we started to accept it and start to learn how to use it, it actually made it, empowered us, helped our, improve our accuracy, our efficiency. We were able to handle a lot more clients, which translated into growth for the organization. And this is really was a story that makes one think, now with the hindsight, all of us now use the spreadsheets and all of our companies. And with this hindsight, just imagine organizations that resisted using this technology and this tool that came out, and what would have that meant for their productivity and efficiency. And there has been focused organizations measuring the financial impact on continuous learning and developing a strong development of its team, studied in college economics, productivity, adopt continuous learning and development as a culture, tend to be more open-minded to new innovations and new technologies. They tend to be more resilient and less prone to disruption.
Yeah, the continuous learning aspect is really the backbone, if you will, of resilience, something that you, I think, put very eloquently, echoing also many of the sentiments and thoughts that Tariq put forth prior. Omar, let me bring you in here as well about motivating your people to do, I talk later on throughout the discussion about some of the resistance that some of you are facing, but let's stick with the opening question here, and let's stick to the gap sometimes that the doubters, the few doubters of continuous learning out there.
Everyone in the market to develop their site also. I clearly understand our doubts. Personally, after this long journey in the insurance, I believe that we are an insurance market in very is the digital part or the digital era that we have it. The company who continue do the insurance in the traditional way and handling the business with the papers but down the road, who invests in the technology is the winner. So to invest in technology, that means you have to invest in your capital, your people, the main capital for the insurance company or for any government. The short-term benefit that we have get it from the financials, but also we see the future by building the right capable people. Mainly, we go back to the insurance. Insurance is young in Saudi Arabia, and we have to our insurance market. The insurance authority it just created in a short time. Thanks historical for Sam for supporting this one, but now
who have to get demonstrated.
Vision 2030.
Who have to get demonstrated.
Vision 2030.
Demonstrated.
Vision 2030. And so yet, everyone experiences a tension between producing today and learning for tomorrow. But what is particularly good here is it's all for a purpose. It's all for a purpose. That is stretch people and to do tomorrow, but acknowledging that Vision 2030 is not just a peak and then everybody relax. It's a stepping stone. It's not just a peak and then everybody relax. it's a stepping stone. And so the organization and
2030 that is being promoted by everyone here on stage, but 2030 that is being promoted by everyone here on stage, but certainly also
training as part of the annual performance review to make sure that people engage in training. But we also try to vary the channels through which training is made available. And so for those who are excited about long distance travel, that's always available, going to business schools and other institutions. But we also offer, of course, online programs and virtual programs, but we also invite professors and experts to come on premise and to offer training to our team. We've also recently launched what we call Jadwa Talks, which is a series of interviews with experts on topics of relevance that we make available to both our team members but also to our clients, and it becomes an available resource there. And then the third challenge is, once a team member engages in training, how do we disseminate that knowledge and maximize the impact within the organization so it's not just that individual? And so we've done two things there. One is we've created an internal library where we capture the curricula and the material and the training content that team members engage in, that then becomes readily available to the rest of the organization. But we've also launched an internal series that we call I Ask sessions, where team members would actually present on a topic of expertise or interest. And so it could be presenting on an innovative structure or product or idea or technology that they're working on, or it could be about a personal experience, about summiting Mount Kilimanjaro and what they've learned from that and the takeaways from that experience. And so that becomes an interactive way for people within the organization to also share that knowledge internally.
Yeah, interesting enough. Very aspects that you have put forth here within your company, and this is being embraced, if I understand correctly.
Indeed, it is.
Yeah, and that's very encouraging to hear, because this is a challenge, right? At the end of the day, Omar, this is, you can lead by example, you have to lead by example, but at the same time, to build a culture of continuous learning requires the acceptance, of course, of your colleagues, your workforce. How are you specifically building a culture of continuous learning? What innovative steps have you taken at MetGulf so far?
Yeah, I think that the main challenge is how to enhance the behavior of the people to be more in learning concept and to go to learn a lot of new technologies, new regulations. So, in MetGulf, we built something called Learning Hub. And the Learning Hub, we use multiple factors to design the courses and what's exactly needed for training the people that we have. We are a company less than 1,000 employees, but by using this hub, we put a lot of contents, and we use the artificial intelligence to decide what's the best solutions. Like in this hub, we bought the job description, the strategy of the company, and the people capabilities and the people certifications, all these things, and we have a clear training path for individualization and a high-level individualization for the people. Sure, there is part of the courses is related to the compliance, to the governance, to the risk, and to the cyber, which is the standard things when you go to this kind of business, like the financial sector. But also we have to do a lot of training in other aspects, technical for insurance itself, and also the digital part of that. So by doing this mix, we designed the program for a lot of segment within the company also, and we defined between the top leaders and the employees and the manager on this level. By using the technology and we're using the online solutions that we have today, we succeed within a year to make 30 on-prem courses and also 400 to 20 plus online courses for employees. We succeed to make around 4 courses per employee within a year, which is, I think, it's a high number to have this continuous training, and it's become clearly in our strategy and also in our KPI for the whole leaders and their employees. We have very clear section about the training and passing the exams of that one. But this takes time from us, sure, but also what we find in medical, there is a huge number of young people and fresh graduates. We invest a lot in that people. And also, they find it's very, the new generations, there is a difference between the old generation and new generation. The new
they're
generation,
easier to adapt, they're more open to changes?
Yeah, and when they have this kind of online courses and also on-prem courses, the mix of this one that give them excited to do a lot of training on that one. And also, by using technology, it's become there is a library. Anytime by their mobile, they can go back to this library and get all the information of these courses. By changing this culture within the company itself, it's become, we become, I believe, very advanced in training, and also you have as a management to balance between your daily operation things and the courses and how you arrange that balances. Because if you go to the core and tell them that I will get these employees from you to do courses, I said directly when I do my job as operation. But the good cooperation between the management, each other, between the departments, that helps and supports. That's clearly.
Yeah, that's certainly where the coordination and the leadership have to go hand in hand. And thank you for pointing out the many strategic technological advancements and advantages that you bring into the process of continuous learning. Certainly that's the number that you have put forth, very impressive indeed, 400 courses per year for each employee. Certainly very impressive. And you mentioned the young people, of course, many of whom we have here in the audience today, who, of course, perhaps by their sheer nature are more receptive to the changes, rapid changes that we're all seeing, something that Francois, of course, was working with students on a daily basis can attest to. I'm going to come to you, Francois, in just a second, but let me sort of, to get the CEO perspective here, let me bring in Ali Al-Mansour once more and get also an idea and an understanding from you how you are promoting continuous learning, how you are on a daily basis helping to change the mindset amongst your employees.
Sure. So similar themes to what the colleagues here have mentioned. We at SAB Invest, we build it around 5 pillars. The first pillar is partnerships with leading institutions, training and learning institutions. On top of our list is the Financial Academy, and we work also with international renowned learning institutions to ensure there is always a flow of learning and development offering that our team can access and can be engaged and interested in. Then we are a strong supporter as a company of professional certification. So we sponsor the entire journey of our team members to obtain their professional certifications, from the preparation to the exam taking to the membership, and we financially support that and also recognize people for that. We then do coaching or develop coaching arrangements, so we can also leverage the in-house expertise of our subject matter experts. So we pair them with the junior team members, so they have this one-on-one relationship that they can share with them their expertise, and they are more accessible to the junior team members to learn from their senior colleagues. And also they can do this by working together on a project for the company, so that's engaging while doing your work as well. We also take seriously our professional development and personalized development plans, and we refresh those every year to ensure that there is a conversation between a manager and a team member, and with the involvement of the HR team to ensure that we have that conversation annually and specifically understand the needs of an individual and the development gaps, so we put it in paper and can action it in terms of engaging them in the right training and development. The last one is we recognize people for, as much as we recognize people for achieving financial targets, delivering projects, we recognize people for academic and learning achievements. So colleagues who achieve a professional certification or finish a learning that takes effort and time, we do recognize them by shaking their hands, thanking them, recognizing in front of colleagues, and also financially recognizing them through promotions and career progression.
Yeah, I think the acknowledgement that you have put forth, Ali, the acknowledgement, public acknowledgements and praise, if you will, of people who engage, of colleagues, of employees who engage actively in continuous learning is a very effective, very important tool to make sure that this is an example, to set out a very positive example for the rest of them. Francois, we just heard from 3 outstanding leaders, CEOs, about the many strategic and innovative approaches they have taken to instill a culture of continuous learning within their company. As somebody who is very familiar with the subject matter and has sort of a global outlook and perspective on these things, what are some of the educational innovations that you have seen that effectively promotes a culture of continuous learning in businesses, building upon what we've already heard here on stage?
So, Ali, you're right. These are outstanding leaders, and congratulations to the organizer for picking such outstanding role models. As it happens, the kingdom is full of role models in a way because of that imperative, and because people recognize that it's a strategic imperative, and there's just no choice. And we've heard about walking the talk, embedding it into the budget. We heard about deploying great technology and making the most of it to serve. And I really want to pick up the point about the recognition. Because while we talk about culture, and there might be a feel that culture is a bit wishy-washy, but there's nothing like paying people and rewarding them in a performance system. The people, their leaders.
Almost putting it on the same level as productivity.
Yeah, sustainable change. So what I would say that from London Business School's perspective, that we have found to be particularly good, and in a way it's our own innovation for our own culture of learning, is what we call our design lab, which is an actual physical space and talent to populate this space where we take the time to sit with leaders of organizations who are as advanced as these ones here on stage with me, or organizations that are getting going. Not necessarily with a particular learning objective, but probably more of a business strategic change objective. And take the time as a school to learn, to listen, and humbly approach what is the opportunity ahead. And then we put in place learning mechanism because we design for impact with the organization. We design for impact for the individual, design for impact on the team, design for impact on the organization. So we have clear metrics. And then we can go back and we can learn with the organization. Our longest partnership in the kingdom is with SABIC since 2009. And why is it that we stick together? Is because it's working. We know what the objective is, we know what the metrics, and we have feedback mechanism. And we have a faculty who is willing to be agile and to listen to maybe what worked last year doesn't work this year. There's a new population, need to adjust. So that we too have our own continuous learning processes to adjust to the change that are happening here, because you are engaged in continuous learning. So, and I'll finish by picking up a word that we heard about, is partnership. That in the end, learning is about a partnership where we are investing together. And it's delightful in the kingdom how much this is understood and how much investment is taking place in those partnerships.
Yeah, I think it's become abundantly clear throughout this discussion that not only is the concept of continuous learning understood, but how wholeheartedly it is being embraced in this country. Francois, something that you have, as somebody who's also familiar with the dealings in Saudi Arabia, you're very familiar here and have pointed it out correctly. Now, I think it's understood from everything we've heard up until now from these highly outstanding individuals that the importance, the relevance of continuous learning. But to play devil's advocate, if you will, for the remainder of this discussion, for the last 20 minutes or so of this discussion, of course, nothing in life is without friction. Nothing is without pushbacks and without consequences. And that is why, Omar, let me start out with you here. You've already spoken extensively about the strategies that you have implemented within your own company. But of course, this cannot come at the expense of results, and this cannot come at the expense of a performance that is being expected of you as a CEO. How do you balance that, and how do you deal with some of the pushbacks, perhaps a reluctance on the part of some colleagues to subscribe, if you will, to the concept of continuous learning? Certainly, there must be some bumps and challenges along the road.
Yeah, always there is a challenges like this, and when you take it as an insurance market, we are first of all we work in high and regulated market. It's something that you have to be aligned with the compliance. You have to align with all the regulation change that you have to do it, because we are still, as I said before, we are still in the young market of insurance. There is a lot of changes. There is a lot of technology. There is a lot of new ideas came from InsurTech to new product, new regulation. This aside, it's a challenge, and how to take these things in a simple way and simple words and simple training to the team. Not all of my employees that they are a compliance guys or risk or cyber or something like that. So one of the main challenges that we have, the challenge like this, we adjust that and we solve that by creating courses and by simplifying this kind of regulation, that continuous regulation, to be sure that it's go to the whole employees in the very nice way. And we use mainly the e-channel for that to make it easy, faster, and direct messages to make it simple. From other side, let me be frank. If you deal with the sample like what our colleague Mansour said, that accountant in 1980, and he said that how the change happened. It's also in our market. We have underwriters, we have claim guys, we have a lot of people that they are expert, but still in the mentality of using the things in the old and the traditional way. So mix the culture between young and expertise that force the people to both parties to work together to learn from the history, and also they have to be aligned with the future things. So yes, there is sometimes there is a resistance on these things, but I don't want to say that by forcing. It's not forcing. It's if you're not willing to learn, you will not learn.
Right. It's gently nudging.
Yeah, but when we make these things too simple for them, and we hit the points with very systematic way, and mix this kind of training with their daily operational, and they get directly impact on that one. That's one of the solutions that we use to solve this kind of.
Yeah, thank you so much, especially pointing out, of course, that in such a highly regulated world of insurance that you are maneuvering, that certainly changes don't come easily. I think that is understood, but it's interesting how you pointed out that you are overcoming these challenges. Tariq, also at Jadwa Investment, I was wondering about some of the challenges that you have encountered along the way and how you have successfully addressed them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll add one point to what I mentioned earlier, which is I think it's ingrained in our psyche that if you're not in the office sitting on a desk, then you're not working. And I think this comes from how we've experienced schooling, all the way from elementary school to high school to college. What you experience there is you get a predefined problem with a predefined answer, and you're supposed to sit and think through it until you crack it. And people and young professionals come into the workplace expecting that it's the same process. And so when they have a task or a project to work on, the immediate visualization is I go to my desk, I have a nice cup of coffee, I sit, I think through it until I figure it out. But in reality, in the real world, first of all, the problem is not a well-defined problem with one singular answer. It's actually an open-ended problem. It's what else can we do? What ideas out there are we not doing? How can we improve our offerings? How can we serve our clients better? How can we address this issue in a more effective way? And so these are open-ended questions that have multiple potential answers. Second is you don't have to answer these problems solo. You don't have to sit alone. In fact, it's not the best way. The best way is to actually expose yourself, to interact with other people, to brainstorm ideas, to hear different ideas, and then eventually a light bulb may
appear.
Exactly, and help you solve that problem. And so what I've seen many people, when they go into training programs, it's not just, well, I've learned how to do this aspect of finance. It's, you know, I've met these people, and they have a similar challenge that they face in their organization, and this is how they do it. And I think this is a good idea for us to implement with the following tweaks. And that's where the brilliance and the innovation comes from. I actually, we have a team that went on a business trip with an undefined objective. And it was, I mean, they would tell you it was the most painful experience, because you're scheduling meetings with people overseas, and the objective was to just explore with no defined problem to be solved. That 1 week trip, they came back from that experience with an idea that is today one of our business lines at Jadwa. And so get out of your office, interact with people. This is really how you get great ideas.
Yeah, certainly a great example of how you can get out of your comfort zone, dive into an unknown, if you will, and produce great and tangible results. Thank you so much for sharing that. Ali, we briefly and previously heard from Umar how he's navigating in a highly regulated world of insurance. Now, the banking sector, of course, is anything but. It is a very fast-paced nature, and productivity, if you will, is more than essential here. So I was wondering how you tackle the challenge of integrating continuous learning without disrupting the productivity in such a fast-paced nature that the banking industry finds itself in.
Sure. So maybe to build on what has already been said, it's an ongoing effort, and as you develop team members already in the organization to know how to balance, you'll have new joiners that will need also to develop the skill of balancing both performing and delivering in their work duties while continuing their learning and education. And we try to tackle it in maybe a few ways. One is that the training that we offer has a good degree of flexibility. Some of it is offered online, some of it in class, some of it outside. And the idea is to give people the flexibility to do their learning and development at their pace in a way that does not conflict with their required or the deliverables from a work standpoint. And we do encourage them, as leadership, we do encourage them to take time. Our work will always be there, so we encourage them to step aside because that's as important as what they're delivering on the job front. The second aspect we do is what we call just-in-time training, and this is essentially when people are working on a certain project and they are engaged in it and it's important to them, we try to provide them with the relevant training for that project and what they do. So they feel it's a tool that's supporting them deliver what they are doing, so they embrace it and they find it, and we see more people more receptive to that. Another aspect is before the beginning of the year, we build our training calendar for the entire year. So people have visibility on when each training is coming so they can work around it, schedule around it, and for important training courses, we would schedule those more frequently during a year so people have the opportunity, if they missed it the first time, they can do it the second or third time.
Thank you so much. Indeed, again, three companies that are standing out in how they tackle the challenges, Francois. I want to give you a chance to come right in here and get a quick reaction to what you just heard.
So once again, maybe let's bring a bit of international perspective. We've been here for many years, but we have been all around the world for many years. So one thing that works well here, I would say, the rest of the world shouldn't listen, with regard to resistance, is because there's so much momentum and so much youth, and so much is changing. We don't encounter here what we find in so many other countries that some of my colleagues call the permafrost. It's this layer of management that is like 3 from the CEO, who have been there for a long time and have thrived in the previous system, and they feel really threatened by continuous learning to the extent that it's about driving change. And because in so many ways, organization, the country is so young, because the ambition is so high, because there's so much momentum, what we find here is that's not there. And instead what we have is often the very top leaders, like people like you on stage, who actually get it. Or if they don't get it, they ask, can you, LBS, help me and my C-suite team to get it better so we can be better for everyone else for their learning. So congratulations, that's what works well. If I might ask a question about something maybe that could work better. And I'll give you an example. Last time I was here for the Great Futures Conference with the British government, I had over dinner a conversation with one of your ministers. And he said, Francois, I would like LBS to be more involved here and help us there. So I'm going to connect you to this person, but what I'll do is I'll meet with the chairman of the organization, and then you'll talk to his CEO, and the CEO will be in touch with you. That was at dinner. From the trail of email, it's pretty clear. The minister met with the chairman at 1 a.m., the chairman met with the CEO at 2 a.m., and at 3 a.m., I was sleeping the whole time. At 3 a.m., I had an answer, and I was asked for a meeting the next day. One thing we know that learning works well, you need to sleep. And we talk about work-life balance as if it were in opposition. But once again, the brain needs time to reconnect. And so how is it that we take that research seriously, so that learning is not just an activity I make you do at work, but I create properly an environment for you as a person to develop. And then the last thing I would say, because if you pay attention to some of our language, I mean, again, it's delightful to be here. We don't talk about teaching, we talk about culture of learning, but we still talk about tackling issues and stepping out of the comfort zone. There's great research, and we have fantastic experience at LBS all over the world, including here. Add a bit of playfulness. Because what we are talking here is not just about knowledge and skills, it's about a different mindset. And to shift people's mindset, you need to help them be open and curious. Sleeping matters, but open and curious playfulness will do that. And that would be just an encouragement. You know, with the technology, with online, if you look at what the most successful by the data app for learning in the world seems to be Duolingo. And what is it? That they found a way to make it playful and to make it fun. And people are sticking with it, and they are really engaging in continuous learning. So congratulations in the leadership here. Think about the physical aspect of your people and how they are set up for learning. And that is from our LBS experience around the world is smile and have some fun.
Well, have some fun along the way. I think the example that you have thankfully shared with us, you encounter with this minister who shows, first of all, how quickly things change here, how fast people work, and that clearly Saudi people need less sleep than you and I. I think that is clearly established here. But no, very impressive example that you have given, really, how quickly ideas are being absorbed, implemented, and then put into practice. Very impressive indeed. Gentlemen, we're almost out of time, but in the remaining minutes, perhaps a very quick answer from all of you, 60 seconds, tops 2 minutes, because we've been talking about continuous learning, but even continuous learning has to evolve. It's not a rigid concept. So I was wondering, and Francois, perhaps we'll start this time in the reverse order. As somebody who is at the forefront of this theme at a very highly respected and outstanding academic institution, what are some of the trends that you're seeing looking into the future that will play a role when it comes to the concept of continuous learning, something that perhaps we may not be able to foresee even at this particular point in time?
So I'll pick up of some of what we heard in the video to start with, for example, is that, of course, AI is a big shift. And what's exciting is the ability to deliver much more personalized, just-on-time learning, to deliver nudges to people. And so we are able to do at a much larger scale what used to be the Oxford tutor with just 1 or 2 students at a time. But the danger is to lose the connection among people that you were talking about, that learning gives the opportunity to. So even though technology makes it easier to have a mass approach, an efficient approach, and to track people and to nudge them, I hope that in the future we don't lose track for the importance of the human interaction that provides so much richness. Understanding that it's about helping the human beings grow. And so let's see how together we can manage that we're still human in an environment where technology will be much better. And this is where I hope one thing that doesn't change is academic research will always be ahead of asking those questions, or at least framing them. An organization like LBS, we will always pride ourselves in listening and hearing the experience that are happening on the field so that we can adjust with that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's something that's happening in our business, is the imperative for us to be agile. And maybe in the past we have not always been, but we see it as a competitive advantage. So the one word I will finish with is, in spite of all the innovations in technology and everything, is what we think is important is we keep our humility.
Very interesting concept, humility, despite the rapid technological advantage that we're facing, that we're battling sometimes, but which we're incorporating. Humility, I think, Francois, is a very interesting and important concept in the context of the changes that we find ourselves in. Ali Al-Mansour, let me also bring you in one more time about how you think continuous learning will evolve, and perhaps what's some advice that you have for some of the emerging leaders that we have here in the audience today?
Yeah, absolutely. So as a CEO of an investment company today, I spend 50% of my time on investments and the other 50% on technology and technology-related activities and digital activities that we do with the company, because it became integrated with how we do investment management and portfolio management. And technology runs across our entire value chain, from wealth advisory, to portfolio management, to research, to reporting and analytics. So I think it's important as we develop ourselves and core competencies and skills in investments, we also pay attention and develop our skills and the related technology to the field.
Thank you so much, Ali. Umar, also final remarks from you. Technology, clearly AI, these are trends, these are phenomena none of us will be able to escape, but put them in the context of continuous learning about how you see this.
Sorry. Any company want to build the future, they have to believe, first of all, to keep and training the main asset for them, which is the human capital. Human capital is the main asset for any company. Continuous training, continuous learning is the key for the future of any entity want to go to the future. But that have to be with the latest and the solution for that one. In our days, 20 years ago or something like that, if we have a course, you will have one course overseas every 3 years or 2 years. Was too difficult to get this experience from other countries, mainly in our business like insurance. But today with this kind of digital, it's easy. Now I can link with any expertise from our friends Swiss Re or Munich Re or any big name worldwide. A course will be in a week with big number of attendees from your side and online. So continuous training is is the main key for your main asset, which is the capital, and using the digital things or technology is the easiest and fastest way to keep this one on trending.
Thank you so much. Tariq, we started this panel with you. We're going to end it with you. You're going to get the final remarks here on this panel. Also, let's get your assessment here on the future of continuous learning and perhaps also a message to the emerging business leader who one day, inshallah, will sit here on the stage and talk about the very same things and themes that we have discussed here throughout the past 60 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of emerging trends, what we're seeing, at least within Jadwa, in terms of top of mind and areas of interest that we've recently have seen, one is health and well-being, and people showing interest in that topic. Second is AI, and AI not in terms of just what's happening out there and what's the technology, but how can I use it in my daily work and in my daily life on a personal level. And so actually we've initiated a trial in one of our departments where all outgoing non-confidential emails are now proofread by AI. And we think it's a good way to actually improve team members' writing and communication skills. And so we're trying it at this department, and then depending on how that goes, we will roll it out. I think in terms of one final thought, beyond everything we discussed and the importance of learning, I think the importance of learning for the purpose of innovation and how to link learning to innovation and integrate that. We've talked about the importance of interacting with people outside of the organization and capturing knowledge in that seemingly informal, unstructured way. But the other thing is also to be disciplined about the innovation process. And I think the best way to approach it is to go through a process of validate and then expand. And what I mean by this is you want, when you discover an idea that is worth exploring, the best way to initiate is to initiate at a very small scale. Think of it as a lab. And then you subject that experiment to stress testing, to trial, and then an iterative process of feedback and validation. And only once that concept is validated, then you push aggressively to expand it. And I think that's how you maximize the impact of learning and be disciplined and risk managed in your approach to innovation.
Yeah, very important balance that needs to be struck here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this panel, the very first panel of this year's Financial Academy Forum, has shown and demonstrated a couple of things. One, that Saudi Arabia has world-class CEOs and companies. I think that has become abundantly clear here throughout this discussion. And the second thing, of course, is I think it's become very clear that building a culture of continuous learning is not optional. Quite on the contrary, it is indispensable for the future of any company, not just those, obviously, who were represented here on stage, something that the four gentlemen, I think, laid out splendidly and eloquently throughout the past 60 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thriving through rapid changes, building a culture of continuous learning. Tariq Al-Sudari, Ali Al-Mansour, Umar Al-Mahmoud, and François Otadou, thank you so much. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
شكرا لكم جميعا على هذه الجلسة، ونحن مستمرون بإذن الله في الجلسات وأيضا في العروض التقديمية التي نستمر فيها في هذا الملتقى، ملتقى الأكاديمية المالية 2024. كان الحديث في هذه الجلسة عن استراتيجيات تبني ثقافة التعلم، كان الحديث أيضا عن منهجيات دمج التعلم في أهداف المنظمات والكوادر البشرية، وأختم بما تفضل به السيد أصلان في نهاية حديثي، أنه مهما اختلفت التجارب يظل التعلم بالطرق الحديثة بإدماج الذكاء الاصطناعي هو المستقبل. لا تخرجوا خارج الزمن، حديث للشركات، حديث للجهات، لا تخرجوا خارج الزمن بتجنب أو تحاشي أو تأجيل تطوير الكوادر البشرية. علي المنصور أيضا تفضل بالحديث عن صديقي الذي كان يعني يتحدث معه قبل أسابيع، وكانوا متخوفين من السبريد شيت أو ملفات الإكسل أنها ستنهي الوظائف. هي اليوم جزء رئيسي من المهارات المطلوبة. على أي حال كانت هذه جلسة، وننتقل بعدها إلى عرض تقديمي بعنوان استعراض ابتكارات الإرشاد والتوجيه الافتراضي. يقدمها لكم في هذه الأثناء السيد هامش مادان. Please, Mr. Hamish, the stage is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. How's the energy level today? Right, warming up a little bit. So there's been a lot of talk about artificial intelligence and well-being. I'm going to spend 10 or 15 minutes talking about how the acceleration of artificial intelligence will assist coaching and mentoring. And notice how I said the acceleration of artificial intelligence is going to help coaching and mentoring, not the adoption, because actually there are already AI-based coaches that are being adopted in the world. In the last 24 months, more than $1 billion has been spent on investing in technology startups focused on artificial intelligence for coaching. So this is not about adopting it, this is about acceleration of that. And I think the easiest way for me to think about that is not just the evolution, not just the acceleration, but also the evolution of this as well. How is artificial intelligence going to evolve in the application of coaching in the short term? And so I think the easiest way to think about this is for us to try and imagine a scenario where you are a director of a financial services organization, right? We're in the right room here. And you've been tasked with launching a new financial services product targeting 18 to 24-year-olds across the GCC. So that's what you've been tasked with. You have pulled together a team, a cross-functional team. You've got Fatima, who is head of marketing, a director of marketing. You have got Mohammed, who is the head of product innovation, and you have Nasser, who is head of finance. Okay, this project has been going on for 2 months. You meet every month, and in 6 months, you are meant to be launching this product. Now, you're about to have your second team meeting. You meet this team every month. like all other projects, you have a day job as well. So this is in addition to the work that you do, like with everyone else. Does that sound real in our world today? You often get more and more to do. You're about to have your second team meeting, and you've heard rumors across the organization that there are some challenges with this project. You don't quite know what they are, but you know that you're hearing that there are some challenges around this project. So think about, how would you go about getting ready for this meeting? 3 people, you don't interact with them too much, but it's critical that you work together, and ultimately you are accountable for the success of this project. Think about how you would prepare for this meeting. Okay. Now, what you don't know is that Fatima has been traveling quite a lot lately. And actually, in the last 2 or 3 days, she's not had a lot of sleep. The previous panel talked about how sleep is important. Well, in the last 2 or 3 days, actually, Fatima has not had a lot of sleep. So what happens, when you've not had a lot of sleep? You can potentially not be focused so clearly, right? But you don't know that. The other thing that you don't know is that Nasser, who was the finance director, he's a young, ambitious man, and he has come to this meeting fully prepared. He's done everything that he was expected to do. He's going to come to this meeting and he's going to shine. You don't know that, but that's what's in his mind. Okay? But what he's also done that you don't know is that the way he's gone about collecting the information and collaborating with others has been a little bit aggressive. You don't know that, but he's quite a forceful man. And so he has done things in a way that is starting to cause a few challenges in the organization. And the last person, Mohammed, what you don't know is that his job was to make sure that the whole organization is collaborating and is aligned around this. So his job was to make sure that there's some social acceptance about what you're trying to do. But he hasn't done it. He hasn't managed to connect people. He hasn't been connecting with other departments. And importantly, he hasn't also brought this team together and all the sub-people reporting into the team. He's not managed to bring them together. Now, you don't know that. Okay. Now, imagine that you did know that. Imagine that you knew that as you were coming into this meeting that Fatima had not slept. Imagine that you knew that Nasser had caused a few issues with his style of communication and his style of working, and that Mohammed hadn't actually done the job of collaborating and bringing everyone together. Imagine that you knew that. So now my question to you is, how would you conduct that meeting? Would it be any different to not knowing that information? Okay? So is this scenario of knowing that, is that some futuristic view of the world? Is it a sci-fi movie, right, where you know, or where you could know that information? What I'm going to go through is saying, well, actually, some of that technology to allow you to know that is available today. So what would you need to know? What would you need to know? Well, today, you would need to know some kind of way of measuring Fatima's sleep level. You'd need to know whether she slept or not, right? So, well, there's wearable technologies that allow you to do that. You'd need to have some way of looking at, with Mohammed, measuring his interactions with other people across the organization. You'd need to be able to measure that. Not just the interactions, the quality of the interactions, the frequency of those interactions, which department he has spoken to. You'd need to be able to measure that. You'd need to also, because remember, Nasser had been aggressive in his style of communication, you'd need to have some system that allows you to measure and evaluate the language that he's using, the tone of voice that he's working on, the people that he's talking with, and is he listening? Is he just giving information out, or is he listening to understand? You'd need to have some way of measuring that. You'd also need to have some way of looking at people's reactions, right? Sometimes you can tell a lot from someone just from their facial reactions, just from the body language. You'd need to have some way of doing that. You'd need to have some way of getting all of this information, putting it all together, and giving you some insight, something that prompts you. You'd need to have some way of doing that as well. Okay. So, what's available today? There is a device. It's a wearable technology. You put it on your wrist. It's called Whoop. I don't know if anyone's heard of it or using it. Whoop is a wearable technology. It measures your sleep. It measures your heart rate. It measures the strain that you're putting on your body. It measures whether you're recovering or not. And earlier on, we talked about in the panel about sleep deprivation. It measures the quality of your sleep. Now, sleep obviously is important. When you go to sleep, you close your eyes, your breathing slows down, your muscles start to react. It kicks off a load of chemical and biological reactions in your body that help you to rejuvenate and recover. Right? So there is a way of measuring all of that, and this device does that. Now, there's plenty of devices available in the market. This one is something called Whoop. It's meant to be non-intrusive, and if you've got an Apple phone, an iPhone, or a Samsung Galaxy Watch, they do similar things. The difference with Whoop is that at an organizational level, what this company does is provide aggregated reports for leadership. So what you can do with this technology is look at the average, the overall scores of stress levels, sleep levels, recovery levels of teams, functions, departments, sectors. And you can do it on a daily basis. You can look at trends over time. So can you imagine that if you have something like this implemented in wherever your organization you're working, and as part of your well-being score, we talked about well-being earlier on, as part of a well-being score, there's a way in which you can assess whether there are certain departments, potentially even individuals, function sectors, whose average stress levels or sleep levels are above or below the thresholds. And by the way, this device, there's around 500,000 subscribers. It costs $25 per month. And there is at least one government entity in the GCC that has provided that device to every single employee. And actually what they do track average levels of stress and sleep levels. And next year they'll be implementing a well-being KPI for their leaders. And if you don't believe me, I have on my phone a prompt that prompts me when one of my team members' stress levels is above the average of the last 14 days. Available today, right? Implemented across the organization. So that's available today. What else would you need? You'd need to know the level of collaboration and connections in the organization, right? So how do we do that? We measure the number of emails, the number of Teams calls that you're having with other departments, right? There's a way of measuring that. There's something called organizational network analysis, and simply what it does, it measures how many emails and meetings take place between individuals and between departments and functions. So in this diagram, the different colors would be the different departments, the individual dots would be individual people, and the lines are the connection. The thicker the line, the more communication is taking place. So what this is doing is measuring email communication flow between people. And when we talked about Mohammed not doing his job in terms of collaborating and aligning, actually what you can do is with this technology, you can do this at an enterprise level, okay? You can go one step further because you can also get a small device that you put around your neck, and it measures the proximity of people. So how close am I to other members of the team? Am I physically meeting with people? And you can create nodes for specific project teams that allow you to measure whether they're physically spending time together. It can go one step further because what these little devices do is that they do speech analysis. So in meetings that you have, what you can do is measure the words that are being used. Now they anonymize it. The words that are being used, the tone of voice that is being used, who is speaking. So in meetings, like I'm doing right now, is there one person that is taking up all of the airtime? And it can provide you with that information real time. So that's available today using organizational network analysis. How do you bring all of that information together? Right? Well, you could have prompts on your phone, but if you believe this guy, our friend Mark Zuckerberg, he thinks that actually you're going to wear glasses that will provide you all of that. Now, I wear glasses. I wouldn't quite wear those just yet. But you can see where the technology is going to be evolving, right? Where these things become invisible. And if you want to go one step further than that, and listen to what Elon Musk is saying, you can have a little chip implanted in your brain that is sending you these messages. Or if you want to do what an organization in Silicon Valley has done, they've put a little chip, it's voluntary, inside your wrist that is able to do this detection, proximity detection. You can use it to check in and out as well, okay? So the technology is there to do all of this, and artificial intelligence, what it can do is it brings all of this information together to provide you with prompts real time. So go back to my original question. If you had all of this information and it was all working seamlessly, would some kind of coaching prompts be helpful to you? Okay. Now, is this going to happen? Is this going to happen? Well, let's take a look at this. So the coaching industry, at the moment, the current projection was it's roughly a $5 billion business. The projection is that within 8 years, this is going to grow almost 3 times, right? It's going to grow to a $14 billion industry, the coaching industry. And there are many, many coaches, right? There's 150,000 certified coaches, probably many, many more that are not certified, because a lot of people can just claim that they're a coach. And we know that coaching is adopted by many, many organizations around the world, right? Now, why is that? Why is coaching adopted by many organizations? Because multiple research shows that coaching helps with goal achievement. The most recent study that was done last year took 1,000 students between 18 and 24. You were set 2 goals. One group had monthly 1-hour coaching sessions. Another group did not have monthly coaching conversations. And the evidence showed that when you have coaching once a month with a coach, you are more likely to achieve your goals. So there's strong evidence that coaching helps you achieve your goals. But what's the problem here? The problem is that coaching is a one-to-one conversation. I need to schedule a meeting with my coach. I need to attend that meeting. It's going to take an hour of my time. And we all know the reality is you can't book these things that far in advance. Schedules change. The logistics of changing all of this. And it's expensive. How do you scale that across an organization? I mean, you can pay anything from $300 an hour to $10,000 an hour for a good coach. How do you scale that across an organization? So we know that there's problems with coaching. And the other issue that we've got when we think about can AI replace coaching is that the other evidence is that one of the most important factors of a successful coaching engagement is the relationship between the coach and the coachee. Because it takes time. You have to build trust, you have to get to know each other, there's a lot of psychological safety that is involved. So we know that there's problems inherent with coaching and scaling this out. But do we believe that this is going to work? Do we think that you're going to have AI coaches? I'm going to leave that to you to decide, right? But I've given you evidence about the demand in the market, the technology changes. Do I think that is going to happen? Well, typically what I tend to do when I look at these kinds of things, and look at, is an industry going to be disrupted? Is it going to be disrupted? One, is there a clear problem? Is there a clear problem? In this case, there are. I've been in the coaching industry for more than 11 years, I know that there's two issues. One is the scalability of it, and two is the logistical side of it. Those are real problems that have not been solved yet. Two, is there a big enough market size for that? Well, yes, this industry is set to continue to grow over the next few years. There's evidence that it supports. And third thing I look at is that, is there a convergence of technologies? Are things going to converge that will allow you to create new solutions, new ways of doing things? And when I look at the coaching industry and I look at all these different technologies that I've just described, I've looked at the ability to artificial intelligence to consolidate all of that, decipher it, come up with insights, provide that to you in a language that you understand. All of these things are here. So in my humble opinion, I do think that coaching and mentoring is going to be significantly disrupted in the next few years. I do think that's going to be the case. And if you don't believe me, well, here's what Google have recently announced. So Google are developing an AI-based life coach. It's rumored to be launched within the next 12 months. Now, what difference does this make? So for me, this is a game changer. One, the current coaching industry that you have, yes, everyone is investing, but these are relatively small organizations. Most recent one, there was a $200 million cash injection in a small startup. It's still relatively small. When Google enters something like this with the teams of developers and the knowledge that they've got, this, for me, is a bit of a game changer. So don't take my word for it. I do think this industry is going to be disrupted. I do believe that whilst it's not quite mature yet, I do think that artificial intelligence will have more and more of a role in learning and development, in continuous development, in coaching and mentoring, in helping people understand what their well-being is, and we talked about that earlier on. And the final thing I'll just leave you with is I think that the work that I'm doing across the world, a lot of organizations are investing millions of dollars into this in the same industry sector. And so I think, is there an opportunity, given the people that we've got and the CEOs that were sitting here, is there a way of consolidating efforts and being different to how every other country in the world is operating? Is there a way for, in the kingdom here, to consolidate effort, create teams that are going to look at this at a sector level or an industry level to see how we can help people learn and grow? Thank you very much. Appreciate the 10 minutes that I've had. I hope that was insightful.
يعطيكم العافية، شكرا جزيلا لكم. للأمانة أنا أقف على هذا المسرح كثيرا في مناسبات كثيرة وفي قطاعات كثيرة. من النادر جدا أن نشاهد المسرح مليء بالحضور والمهتمين في هذا المجال بمثل هذه المرة. فشكرا جزيلا لحضوركم، ولا ودنا نكلف عليكم، لذلك سنأخذ تقريبا نصف ساعة بريك لصلاة الظهر، وكذلك أيضا بريك للتعارف وتكوين شبكة العلاقات في هذا القطاع المالي. نراكم بإذن الله عند الساعة 12:15 بعد نصف ساعة من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a short break for a prayer time and networking. So please be back in your seats at 12:15 inshallah. Thank you. أهلا، حياكم الله جميعا. ويلكم باك لكل الحضور ولكل من شرفنا في هذا الملتقى، ملتقى الأكاديمية المالية 2024 الذي يستهدف أن يحقق النمو المستدام للمواهب. نبدأ من حيث انتهينا مع السيد هامش مدان. نتحدث في هذه الجلسة عن الذكاء الاصطناعي كعامل لتحسين الإنتاجية في بيئات العمل الحديثة. في هذه الجلسة راح نسلط الضوء على الدور المتزايد للذكاء الاصطناعي في تحسين كفاءة العمل، وسنتناول أيضا كيف يمكن لهذه التكنولوجيا الذكية أن تساعد في أتمتة العمليات والإجراءات داخل الجهات، والأهم اتخاذ قرارات أكثر دقة من أجل أن تحول أو تعطي حلول رائعة ومستدامة لهذه الجهات. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو السيد الأستاذ هامش مدان لتقديم السادة متحدثي الجلسة والانطلاق في الحوار. Welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you, and it's a privilege to be here again. And so, may I invite to the stage for what is going to be a free-flowing conversation. Not sure where it's going to go, so bear with us on that. But could I please invite up to the stage, first of all, May Al-Hushan, if you'd like to come up to the stage. May is the CHRO at the Bank of Saudi Fransi. If you'd like to take a seat, thank you. Next, maybe Hatem Al-Bala, who is the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Skills and Training at the Ministry of Human Resource and Social Development. My eating friend last night and the good conversation that we had last night, Hassan, enjoyed the evening with you. Group CHRO at Saudi National Bank. And last but not least, Badr Al-Otaibi, Head of Human Resources at Arab National Bank. Great. Thank you. Great. Well, thank you. It's going to be an interesting conversation because right before this, we've been hearing from some very, very talented and passionate CEOs about how important continuous learning is for their organizations, how it's linked to Vision 2030. And all the CEOs put this as one of their top priorities. And so now we've got CHROs that are going to come and talk to us about how are these things being implemented in their organizations. But first of all, let's push it up one level, first of all, and hear from Hatem about at a ministry level, Hatem. So can you describe at a high level, you know, what's happening at a sector level to make sure that the entire workforce has access to upskilling opportunities, learning and development? If you could just provide your perspectives on that, please.
Yes, sure. Thank you. So at the ministry, we launched the labor market strategy back in 2020, approved by the Cabinet of Ministers. It was a reforming and transformative strategy with multiple initiatives. One of the key strategic pillars and unique to the ministry and to the labor market is a focus on skills and values. One of the largest initiatives in that pillar was occupational planning and skill system development. Over the last year and a half, within that initiative, we established sector skills councils, 12 of them, that focused on the main contributing domains and economic clusters that contribute to the 80% of the GDP in the kingdom. One of which is the financial sector, led by the private sector employees. 70% of the members on those sector skills are private sector employers, and 30% are government entities supporting the agenda toward workforce development. Those sector skills councils took AI and upskilling and reskilling early on in their agenda. For instance, the digital sector skill councils, led by MCIT and other leading employers, worked on the national occupational standards for all AI and data occupations to standardize them and approved it for the sector. This enabled human capital development efforts to be based on a standardized approach to develop career pathways, competency dictionaries, and lead the curriculum development eventually for those specific high priority occupations. Additionally, last month, the Ministry in the Global AI Summit launched and participated with Sadaya on an accelerator focused on AI, where we aim to train 1 million Saudi, upskilling them on AI. We just launched it last month, and we are hopeful that all practitioners that are growing in the labor market will benefit, as well as those studying and need upskilling efforts on that domain. So the ministry is leading that from strategic point of view as well as tactically.
Is that on? All right, okay. So there seems to be a continuing theme, right? If we listen to the earlier panel about this massive investment in upskilling, continuing on through, sector level initiatives that you've just described. And I love the, training 1 million people on AI upskilling. That sounds like quite an exciting initiative. Let's move on to some of the people that are, heads of HR and running HR learning departments, and think about, what's the reality that's hitting the ground. So, May, if I could turn to you first, if I may. May, talk to us about some of the things that you're doing in your organization related to, how AI is impacting the workforce, productivity, the employee life cycle. What are you doing in your organization that is helping?
Is it on? Okay.
Yes,
perfect.
But you'll need to be close up to the mic, yes.
Right. Thank you for the question. I think the impact on AI at BSF, I wouldn't imagine it being very different than it is across organizations, whether in the public or private sector, and specifically within the financial sector. Where we see the change and the exciting impact is, as we go through today at the bank, we're going through a complete revision of our 4 to 5 year technology strategy. And what we've noticed is a big pillar, main pillar to this strategy is investing in AI and RPA. Over the last 24 months, we've converted over 30 plus processes through RPA solutions. And what that did almost overnight is it changed the nature of jobs for many of our employees, but it also made it a lot more exciting for them in that mundane, repetitive, operational jobs have decreased, and we now have opportunities for them to unleash other incredible skills that will make them much more engaged, much more excited throughout the organization. So that's one piece. The second piece is how we've been experimenting with AI, and maybe I'll mention top of mind initiatives that we are either about to launch or have started launching. One key one is, how do we introduce AI when it comes to dealing with customers, so virtual assistants, essentially. And I know none of us necessarily enjoy talking to automated assistants on the phone, but this is very different. This is basically dealing with a system that's has a backdrop of used cases that can deliver services to clients much faster with the customer experience in mind. So answering questions, delivering services on loans and on other transactions in real time. Now, how we measure the success of a project like this is quite simple. It's through NPS, and it's through the feedback that we get from our clients. A few other AI test cases that we've launched include fraud and cybersecurity and the heightened focus in general on how we can ensure the safety of our clients, the safety of their banking dealings, etc. And where we've seen early signs of success is we have less false positive outcomes, which means clients' trust is elevated, but also we don't interrupt their relationship with the bank, essentially. One last piece that's very close to my heart and more relevant to the audience today is talent management and learning, and how we're experimenting the use of VR in the learning process. So basically what we're experimenting with is, instead of bringing individuals in, this with what our colleagues said earlier in the previous panel, it just makes learning a lot more exciting. I think HR leaders think learning is exciting, but for the receiver, I think it requires a lot more of a pull and excitement, impact, etc. So these are a bit of what we're doing, etc. So these are a bit of what we're doing.
Oh, here we go. What I found interesting in that, May, is how, taking away routine and mundane tasks, and often these are, leveled at early entrance into the organization, making that experience as employees come in, taking away the routine tasks, certainly something that's going to be beneficial. I remember my early career, I remember those routine, mundane tasks all too well, so anything that is going to help that to raise my experience high. I think the other thing as well is interesting, you mentioned about doing work which is impacting the client directly, right, and the client experience. I'll come to that later on. But let me move on maybe to Hassan here about, what are you doing at SNB in order to making the experience for employees less routine and mundane, and helping in terms of learning and development and the overall employee experience.
Technologies, and to really ensure that we are implementing the best practices and evolve toward these offerings. As SNB, our main aspiration to be the employer of choice and even to be the best in digital banking. We are very vocal on how the technology and the digital is important. The digital services is really dominated in our offering, and we always publish the percentage of digital services. So today, heavy dependency on the technology, latest technology. For sure, as a bank, we are very heavily regulated, and we implement the technologies carefully. So we ensure that we have the right environment to implement these technologies. So in human capital perspective, I'll start from recruitment. I have our colleague here, the head of recruitment. Historically, we receive mountain of physical CVs in any recruitment department. Today, we have a barcode you can just scan and you can implement. The way we really prioritize, review the pipeline of the applicants is really today is streamlined. So the stages of recruitment is different these days. The way you review, you fulfill the entire chain of onboarding activities is the technology play a major responsible to ensure that we equip our workforce with the best technologies. So today, this is a responsibility. And today we are across our SNB Academy, across our offering toward different layers. Part of the content include AI, RPAs, different technologies. So today it is, we need to reskill, upskill the entire population on these technologies. Beside that, there is traditional libraries where the colleagues are very active on attending these new courses on AI, even if it's non-relevant to their role. Everybody is interested, and the impact is different when really you understand this technology and how to use it. We have series of SNB talks with the best players in the market. So the participation in these talks is very high, huge, physical and remotely. So across all levels, different channels, we are investing to ensure that they understand these technologies in order to implement it carefully. On top of that is the active participation in such events, including Seamless, FinTech 24. So the bank is present in these.
There's just such a strong burning appetite to learn and grow. In many organizations I work with around the world, sometimes it's seen as a little bit of a drag on you that you have to go. But here is totally different. It's almost as if we can't get enough opportunities. And so, but I'll come to you in a second to hear what the Arab National Bank is doing in terms of using AI. Right. But again, the themes that we're hearing about, more and more digitization, more and more elimination of routine tasks, more and more learning opportunities. So, Badr, how about at where you are and where you are the head of HR? What's going on in your organization?
Okay, our experience is a little bit different. In HR, 6 years ago, we faced an issue with high turnover, especially with the high talented people and high potential people. We decided at that time to implement machine learning to predict leavers, also to show the trends and why those people are leaving the organization. We hired people, we hired the data scientists at that time, and bend their decision on the outcome of AI. And then we come up with some of why people are leaving. Then we actively went and we fixed our policy, we fixed the matters, and also we enhance, based on that, we establish so many functions within HR in order to take this action item and to fix the issue that related to. Also, we come up with some of initiative to reduce the turnover and to reflect this initiative into our learning activity. This is an HR side. In the bank side, we established a data center, a data management office, where their role is to implement AI and to come up with a decision driven by data. Starting from the traffic on branches, traffic in ATM, segmenting the client, personalize the offering to the client, and also understanding the client bracket by age, and also mapping our product offering to the client to understand what is why the client are keen to take this product and why client is not interacting with us as a main bank. We went beyond that. We went to our data and we crunch our data to understand where is the fees are coming from in the business line, and where is the profit is coming from, to understand which green area that we should tap into and which area that we should expand our business in. I will go back to HR. And based on that, we reflect all the outcome to our learning activity. We customize some programs, especially for our RMs, customer-facing staff, to enrich their skills, and also to embed them with something, how to read the data, how to crunch the data, how to visualize some data, and also to teach them how to request the data. Because in banking, some of the data are scattered. As much as you are building the data stack, some of the data will be scattered. Also, we develop a program for our IT developers in order to understand what's kind of data available within the government body, and how we can integrate with the government body to fetch data, and also to enhance, and this will enhance our customer experience and customer journey. Less data you're requesting from your client, best in-class journey that you will deliver to your client.
Yeah, it's interesting. It sounds like there's a clear case everywhere, right? That for sure, I mean, AI is being used to automate, it's being used to help employees, to do data analysis. I wanted to come back to the point I challenged May with earlier on about acceptance levels. And you talked about decisions that are made, automated decisions that are made using artificial intelligence, right? May, you talked about applications where clients are having to deal with AI-based tools. Just quickly to share, I was in Dubai recently, and I had to have a medical test. And a robot came towards me, literally a robot came towards me, started speaking to me. And obviously, my first reaction was to run away from this. But actually, I asked the robot to, it was something simple to get me a drink, and off it went, And so that initial resistance that I had needed to see something, right? So I'm wondering what your perspectives are, and if I may come back to you first, given that you were talking about the work you're doing that exposes clients to this. What are your thoughts in terms of the level of acceptability when you know that you're not dealing with a human being? Maybe a bit challenging putting you on the spot, but I'm going to go to everyone with that, right? So what do you think? And maybe we've got a volunteer here.
I think change by nature, people resist change, like what you did with that medical robot.
Yeah.
So, and from a labor market perspective, this technology advancement is always compared to the previous industrial revolutions we had. When the first one from agriculture to factories, the second one from factories to mass production and supply chain, then the third one in the early 2000s, which is the .com and the e-commerce and the digital advancements. Now this one is an evolvement of all of that. I think automation led to big data led to necessity to come up with a technology solution to deal with that big data, rationalize it and process it. So I think people, by nature, they adopt what us as employers, as policymakers, as governments, we need to just take that process in and flow with it, aligned with it, all the regulations, all the education, all the training offerings to support that transition and that change management.
Yeah.
So, but by nature, I'm not skeptical at all. Human beings are adaptive by nature, and we will adapt. And luckily, in this country, we have huge investments and huge ambition, and we have a youth workforce in our labor market who's eager, who are digitally savvy, who can adapt. And sometimes, as I was discussing with Hassan before the session, they struggle sometimes that when they have, we all actually, when we have fresh graduates, we find them are way advanced in the term of the tool they use to the ones that are available in their corporations. So I think we're in a good position in this country, and I'm not so worried about it. It's about how we address the issue rather than resisting it.
Well, that's pushing me onto a related question I had around acceptance and generational differences. And you touched on that briefly. You know, I have a young daughter who's far more sophisticated at use of technology than I am. So I'm wondering whether, you know, if you're going back to the CHROs around the table here, you know, when you think about helping employees in your organization, you know, using AI, do you look at it in a different way based on, you know, different generational differences, you know, different age categories? Do you have different approaches? Or are you expecting everyone just to take on irrespective of where you are, whether you're freshly new graduate to whether you're a seasoned executive. What are your thoughts around dealing with that? And May, I'll come back to you.
Sure. First, a side note on the robot that you talked about in medicine. I'd love to have that at home as a co-parenting tool specific to teenagers that I have at home. So I hope one day we celebrate.
I think if we invented that, we could make a lot of money.
Yeah. But how we use it in the office, I think generations definitely have various reactions to this change. Where I think leaders within HR and within the industry can capitalize on this change is what we've seen over the past 10 years is younger people coming into work and showing very little interest in staying in one job for longer periods of time. They've also shown interest to progress much faster than usual. They've shown interest to not become specialized like we thought specialization was the thing in the past. So if we take all these generational preferences and bring them closer to how we execute AI, I think it becomes a win-win situation for the organization as well as for that specific talent pool. Sorry. So I think the cube comes together so nicely in being able to deliver AI.
Right, of course, and there's a lot of focus on the younger generation in terms of development. As in last night we were out for dinner, you talked to me about the graduate development program that you've got. Tell me what are you seeing in terms of fresh graduates, their expectations in terms of how the organization is helping them learn and develop. Same thing, do you expect that there's a shorter shelf life that they have with the organization? Is it harder to retain them? Do you have to invest more? What's going on in your organization when it comes to graduate development programs?
For the flagship development programs, we invest on really giving them the foundation. In terms of technology, they are really advanced in understanding these technologies, but we need to onboard them on the environment overall, the regulatory environment, the principles, the policies, in order to link the dots. So what are the borders in order to implement these type of technologies, and what is the risk behind the implementation? They're very passionate. They want immediately to experiment or to pilot any new products and services, and then they need to understand the consequences of any action. So our responsibility is really to provide them with the entire dimensions in order to really accelerate in this topic, and a number of programs with reputable vendors and to ensure what is the best practices. And we have few attachment in certain technology companies to ensure that they have first-hand experience on their role. And even from physical experience, we introduced the VR in the academy. We do have 2 VRs here in SNB booth. Anyone of the audience can see the bank environment inside a branch. I hope it's still charged. From the morning, I see long queue to see it. So I urge you, the audience, they can experience the VR glass of SNB.
Right, great. And I was fascinated by how much focus you have at your bank on identifying the best talent, investing in them, retaining them. Hatem, I'm going to come to you in a second because there's a lot of more youthful people, let me say it like that, here in the audience. A lot of youthful people. Be interesting to hear from you, at a sector level, at a ministry level. What are you doing for youth development? But first, let me go over to Badr and say at the Arab National Bank. What are your thoughts around graduate development, and is there something different that you're having to do to attract and retain people? What's going on in your bank?
a year ago, we started with a campaign, democratization of AI.
Right.
AI, right for everyone in the organization, and everyone should benefit from AI in order to increase their productivity and to enhance their outcome and to come up with the creativity. And for that, we also rephrased our organization value by incorporating innovation in one of the organization value. And also we embedded in our performance management. I'm going beyond your question because I would like to start with something bigger in order the audience can benefit from. And then we went into that level in order to shift the paradigm within the organization and to also equip our people with the tools that can benefit and can upscale our outcome in the organization. And maybe most of our clients in Saudi Arabia noticed the change in the bank, noticed the change in the service and delivery, and also in our touch points, all touch points, mobile app, ATM, branches, and people. We went also to incorporate AI with the MBS and CSAT. CSAT customer, MBS and CSAT, it's known, it's a customer satisfaction rating tools. And then in order to also understand what is the bottlenecks that the client are facing in our services and product and or our offering. We went also more deeper to our employees in the branches, employees discussion, and how the employees are interacting with our clients in order to enhance and to all our focus on customer experience and customer engagement. Then we reflect all the outcome to our JDB. We created a program specifically for IT and technology. All the program are digital-driven curriculum. The program we incorporated with the top school in the world. We enhance the program itself. Data was maybe 30% of the program for people how to understand the machine learning, the cloud computing, all the new technology skills. And in order to deploy them in technology field, we deploy them in business field.
Right.
Because those people will drive the business in future. And we need these kind of skills to be embedded within business. Technology is not for technology only. Technology is for HR, for business, for compliance, for risk. Technology it need to be scattered everywhere. And this is what we did in Arab National Bank.
Great. It's fascinating. We come back to, you started out, we come back to this focus around the customer experience as well. And I know many organizations that experiment.
If you allow me, it's not only customer experience, it's customer experience and employee experience.
And employee experience, correct, yeah. And many organizations that experiment with AI-based investments, a lot of CEOs are asking those two things. Yes, how does this impact the employee experience, and how does it impact the customer experience? So Hatem, I want to go back to you. You mentioned, and again, I'm drawing back on the words about democratizing AI, and you mentioned 1 million Saudis being trained on AI. So how do people get access to developmental opportunities that you are driving forward?
That's only one initiative that's led by Sadaya. There is a dedicated portal for it. But let me answer your earlier question about how to address the sector-specific workforce development needs. Back to the initiative within the labor market strategy, occupational planning. One of the challenges we've seen in the labor market, and this initiative is addressing to, is the demand side of the labor market, the employers. They never been organized to address their sector-specific. Unlike the financial sector for me is the North Star. Not all the sectors, they have financial academy set for decades, leading to nationalization to be above 80-85%. So it's a North Star for the country. But other sectors, they do not have the same strong regulator, SAMA and CMA, and challenges are different. For instance, construction, where low-skilled jobs dominate the sector, and so forth. So the occupational planning initiative acknowledged this from the very beginning, that global best practices organize the demand side in the form of sector skill councils. This is the experience in Singapore, this is the experience in India, and has been the experience in UK for over 60 years. So the private sector employers, they set up their sector-specific requirements, agenda, workforce development needs, and to start building the infrastructure for them to start planning their workforce development needs and programs and tailored tracks and personalized learnings. They need to standardize the occupation themselves by developing the national occupational standards. They need to set up competency frameworks, not for all the jobs necessarily, like what we see in the financial academy here. They have been operating through Jadarat, which is the competency framework for the priority jobs that they're focused on, where they license them, they run the examination, they develop the curriculum and the training offerings. So sector skills councils, for all the 12 of them, they're working on that infrastructure. When I mentioned Sadaya and the digital sector, they set up their AI NOS. And the tourism, they just released and approved their competency framework and occupational standards. Ministry of Culture as well is taking the lead on the culture sector and so forth. So sector skills councils are the bodies that should supposedly to address the sector-specific needs, having the government part of it, the relevant party, and the employers most of it, and the employee being the center of focus of it. So that's where we take so much pride of that achievement as a country, and we are building on it. Now those 12 councils are being expanded. Right. We're looking into cybersecurity sector and more. Like in India, for instance, they started with 12, now they're around 37 sectors, because they are, as a labor market, one of the major exporter of labor. So similarly with Singapore, when they transformed the economy, they started from the human capital, which is the center of any development process. And lastly, I would mention that is the vision of Saudi Arabia 2030. I acknowledge this from the very beginning. We have a dedicated program that looks after human capability development program with so much initiatives on the supply side, on the education and training, or on the demand side with us in the ministry that we can elaborate more on in the future questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that. And again, as I'm sitting listening to this, the overwhelming feeling that I get is that there's a lot of positive energy behind this, and a lot of effort. Everyone can see the benefits. I'm going to try and just, take a dark side for a little while, because, I believe that whenever you see something, if it shines too brightly, you need to look somewhere else. And there is a dark side of using artificial intelligence. There are some risks. There are some examples in the industry about things that have not worked well. So maybe Hassan, from your perspective, do you discuss this? What kind of conversations do you have around the potential risk/damage that AI can do, as you implement more and more initiatives?
For sure, this is a big concern, especially regarding the discussions with the fresh grad. They want immediately to implement the latest, the best. Today, we do have a sizable data points in terms of employees, customers, different data points. So first of all, before implementing any module, we need to ensure that it's a protected environment. We experiment this carefully. So we are not the early adopters on just experiment technology. We need to ensure that we will benefit from that. And few examples, for example, in employee opinions. So today we have, for example, traditional employee opinions surveys, and then the free text. It's very difficult to deal with the thousands of free text. However, there is models, summarize it, quantify it, give you clear roadmap on how to quantify. So instead of spending weeks of Mondays or review, this is in a few minutes, you will have a conclusion. So in different stream, the solution will help. The data is an enabler, so it will enable us and it's a journey. So we will not just take a big risk on implementing, understand it carefully, and implement gradually.
And great, that's a good intro. I want to go a little bit deeper than that. And Hatem, I'm going to come back to you around, there's a lot of questions being raised about data privacy. So are you able to comment on a regulatory basis, what your thoughts are around data privacy, concerns around that?
I think globally, what we see as we explore this topic at the ministry from a regulatory point of view, in consultation also with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, is the ethical and social implications. Meaning, we see potentially the AI could positively influence how the workplace dynamics will be. Let's say, for instance, decision making. AI, as it evolves, it's generate responses and feedback based on historical data, algorithms, and machine learning. So one of the risks that we see, especially in corporations and at the economy at large, and this could be polarizing decision making in the long run. So we are cautious of that risk, and also encourage to trust but verify. Try to do the research yourself, to bounce and get more feedback, to test that even more. So this side of the dilemma or the risk is globally recognized. So I see that being addressed in the coming months or years globally, including here in Saudi Arabia. Another risk could be the rhythm or the pace that the AI is evolving is unlike any other previous revolution. Let's say the digital revolution in early 2000. It took us 20, 25 years to reach where we are now, of so much automation, so much augmentation to process all this data and coming up with the AI as a model. Previous revolutions took decades or a century, the first one and the second one until the third one. So Gen AI is evolving quite dynamically. I see a risk of governments needing to step up their game, employers as well, employees themselves or the public themselves, not to be outpaced. And we're trying to play a role as a ministry of addressing that by work norms, by tactical accelerator programs, education as well. From a regulatory point of view, they're also looking into that, not to be outpaced by the fast evolvement of that technology.
Yeah, I've seen any, I think we're running out of time. I've seen any kind of new innovations. There's always, riddled with potential risks. And yet somehow we get through it, we manage. And I sense the same, although things seem slightly different. I mean, when you look into AI and the bias that it has, data privacy, it just seems a little bit deeper this time, needs more thought. I'm just conscious of time and wanted to try and close this out and just get your thoughts, and maybe I'll start at the other end with you, Badr, around, where's this going to take us? I mean, have we got a crystal ball? What do you see in 2 or 3 years' time? How do you see this evolving and impacting the employee experience and productivity? What's your thoughts? And then I'm going to go around and maybe we can close with our closing thoughts around some vision of the future that's not too frightening and not too unrealistic. What are your thoughts, Badr?
First of all, let me answer to the previous question. The risk of AI, what we are noticing now, AI is lacking the critical thinking. AI lacking the creativity. If people reliant on AI fully, they will also lack the emotional intelligence. AI is a tool, it's a powerful tool. People should leverage on it, should use it for purpose of learning and for purpose of raising their productivity. For what we are thinking in terms of use, we are keen and sure that AI will eliminate some jobs and will create some jobs. Now, our role as an employer, we have to start from now for right sizing, strategic workforce planning, understanding what is the skills that the market is needed, the market is looking for, and start building program for these skills. For us, we are collaborating now with too many training providers in order to prepare ourselves for right sizing and strategic workforce planning. AI definitely, some jobs will be no longer needed in coming 5 years, where those people, how we will deal with them, we should enroll them in very extensive program in order to utilize them in somewhere else. Also, AI, we have to think now what is the tool that we should keep it with us and how we can leverage in these tools. We should also work on our procedure and our policy, as we are seeing now even with the regulator or with some of the government body, they are preparing themselves for the future, what will happen in the future. We should also co-op with them. Also for our client now it changed. The client perception into the, let's say, bank or capital market change. They are not dealing or banking with only one bank. How we can change our interaction with them in order to be the primary bank for them. How we can come up with a product that going beyond even the client, going to their family, and also engage. Not the engagement, it should not be with the client itself, it should be with the whole family in order to keep the relationship with the bank. We are working on for this one. Also for our activity and in our reporting, because if you look to the banking, maybe 20% of their jobs is only reporting. For reporting, we are utilizing AI to prepare the reporting for us, and also to do an adjustment for reporting on behalf of us.
Well, thank you for bringing us back to some of the risks. And you've started to allude to some of the things that you're going to be doing in the future. May, if I could move to you as part of our closing in on this, how do you see things in 2 to 3 years' time, that's realistic, and aspirational, finding the balance between the two? What are your thoughts?
Sure. So in my view, this technology is here to stay, and probably the solutions that we have today that collectively in the room we've experienced will look nothing like what we will look at and experience maybe only 2 to 3 years from now. But I'm also absolutely sure that us humans are here to stay as well. And I think we talk about AI and the development of AI, but really what will ensure success as we bring AI and humans closer together is for us to reprogram how we manage change, how we become better learners, faster learners, how we embrace change and become really, truly, and I know this is a word that's a bit cliche, but how can we really transform ourselves to become agile human beings that change jobs without anxiety, that embrace doing things in a way that we've never were successful in doing before, and allow this change to drive our personal success, our team's success, and our company's success. And one last piece that I wish maybe next time we can dive into further is not to lose sight of culture. So this, I think, keeps me up a bit at night, because we can all, in all organizations, we can copy each other's products, we can copy each other's solutions, we can go and invest in the best possible AI solutions, but nothing will differentiate us like culture. And if we push that aside too much, I worry that then we lose humanity. And I think that's the core for success. So good luck. I think the future is so bright. I don't think we're being overly optimistic, but this is my true sense of what the future will look
May,
like.
I think you've beautifully articulated how, sometimes we get wrapped up in technology and business and innovations, and actually the most important thing is our own humanity, and you beautifully describe that. Hatima, I'm going to let you finish because you started. So first of all, Hassan, just love to hear some closing remarks from you around, again, maybe there's a human touch to this, or just what are your thoughts in terms of how things are going to evolve over the next 2, 3, 4 years?
Totally agree with the human touch and the culture. Our generation experienced the pandemic and how we was not really happy on fully working from home, fully. So the human touch really is important, the collaboration, increase the innovation. As a journey, it's a journey. The future is really, the technology will enable us in the future. Today we are really advanced in our current offering technologies. It's not the responsibility of the technology unit, or it's everyone's responsibility. And these technologies today is even on a personal level available. So today we need to educate ourselves, the accountability of the individual to ensure that he is aware of this technology. Again, what is the borders that he need to be careful about. And we are very positive in the future how it will be cascaded across different sectors, unit, departments. It's not linked to one product. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I like that. It makes me actually think on a tangential note around, there's a lot of effort that organizations, and at government level around upskilling and helping people. A, let's not lose our humanity, and B, I love the point that you made around, taking your own initiative as well, right? Let's not wait for people to do things for you. There's so much available that we can all take our own initiative. Hadim, over to you. Have you got a crystal ball, and can you predict the future on the spot?
I think, not to exaggerate, and to look into the AI as a tool like any other tool. Yes, it is robust, it's very innovative, it's fast-paced and everything. But I think we're the generation that's currently entering the workforce are completely different than our generation. They've been born in the digital economy or the digital revolution itself, in the heart of it. So they've witnessed iPhones from the very beginning. They've seen the computers at early age, and used them. So I'm not worried about that generation entering the workforce. I think we should look into this technology as a tool, how it could enable us. I think also there is a tendency, and we are encouraging it as a government, to always embrace a lifelong learning journey. So learnings of yesterday could be usable tomorrow, but some will be obsolete. This applies to us. The way we are using certain softwares or certain tools are no longer applicable, like what happened in the examples my colleagues gave when they implemented RPAs or automation in their bank. They had to reskill their workforce. Some will be also redeployed, as my colleagues did, through also another programs. So I think we need to embrace change, embrace these tools, shape the future of it that best fit our culture, our needs, and prosper through using them. That's my thought.
Great, that's a wonderful ending for you. Maybe I could try and wrap this up with sharing my own perspectives as well. I've been coming in and out of the region here for about 11 years. And earlier on, Ali mentioned about how we had a a great group of CEOs. You know, from what I've experienced and compared to other countries and other cultures that I get a lot of exposure to, it's not just at the CEO level, it's at every level here that there is this burning desire, the ambition, the hard work. Don't forget to sleep. There's hard work that's involved. And you've seemed to be, everyone here seems to be supported with government-backed initiatives, company-backed initiatives, sector-led initiatives, availability of tools and resources, opportunities to learn and grow, international opportunities as well. So I really feel that this, it's not an inflection point anymore, because which I felt the Kingdom was, a turning point. You're actually continuing to accelerate forward. And that's, I think, the testimony that I get of the people that have been here on the stage and the hundreds of people here is that you're on a very, very accelerated journey forward. Keep going, keep doing what you're doing, and but get some sleep and rest. It is important. And with that, I'd like to thank Hassan, Badr, Hatem, and May. Thank you. It's been an invigorating conversation. I've enjoyed spending time with you, and I appreciate the conversation. Thank you.
Shukran, Mr. Madan. You didn't mention that they can have a sleep or rest after the forum, right? Not right now. Thank you for all of our esteemed panelists for this insightful discussion. الأستاذة مي كانت تتكلم إنه التكنولوجي is here to stay, إنه we can copy each other's solutions and ideas, but the one thing that can differentiate us is the culture. أيضا تحدث الأستاذ حاتم عن ما يتعلق بالبولاريزيشن في صناعة القرار لدى الذكاء الاصطناعي كواحدة من المخاطر المحتملة، أو انحياز القرارات في الذكاء الاصطناعي هو واحدة من المخاطر المحتملة التي تدرس خصوصا في حساسية القطاع المصرفي. أيضا كان هناك حديث عن الثورات العلمية التي أخذت عقود، تلاها بعد ذلك التقنية التي أخذت ما يقارب 20 سنة حتى تدمج اليوم في حياتنا اليومية. الآن الذكاء الاصطناعي هو أسرع مما نتوقع في دخوله إلى عالم المال والأعمال. امتدادا لهذا الحديث حول الذكاء الاصطناعي سنستعرض أو سنستمع إلى هذا العرض السريع من السيد غريغوري لابلانك البروفيسور في جامعة كاليفورنيا بيركلي عن ابتكارات التقنية في تحسين تجربة المتدرب.
Thank you. Let's see the slides. Oops. Let me go back to the beginning here. Okay, I want to start off with a question. How much physics does Cristiano Ronaldo know? How much mechanical engineering and physics did Sullenberger know? And how much coding did Steve Jobs know? These were extraordinarily effective people, and yet they didn't have what we might think of as traditional university knowledge that one might think is necessary for what they did. So in the world of education, every single philosophy of teaching and learning has to have something to say about both logos and techne, the two Greek words. Logos means what you know, and techne means what can you do. And when we look at 20th century education, right, the logos was basic stuff like language and math and science, but really what we were teaching people how to do was how to sit still, how to obey, how to listen, how to be disciplined, and how to be focused. And so the structure of the learning was designed to create the kind of people who could work in factories, to create the kind of people who could work in factories with their minds and not just with their bodies, to create the kind of people who could serve in an army, right, in a structured, disciplined way. And here we are in the 21st century, and we all know that software is taking over the world, right? As Mark Andreessen once said, software is eating the world. And so if you asked me 5 years ago, I would have told you that software engineer is the factory job of the future. I would have told you that
the bulk of the population, the bulk of the population would be working in software engineering, in computer science, in data science. And so we altered our educational system so that we could teach people how to code, but we would teach them using the same methods that we were using before. And so we emphasized STEM, right? All of our universities shifted away from the humanities, shifted away from the soft skills, shifted into the sciences. And so if we look at the number of computer science graduates in the United States and Canada, it's on the rise. If you look at UC Berkeley, where I teach, you see this dramatic increase. It is now the #1 major in our university. If you look at the boot camps, there are university boot camps, all designed to create software engineers and coders. Even in high school in the United States, the majority of high schools offer classes in coding and computer science. And so the question is this the right direction? Are we doing the right thing? Now that we have AI, right? Could AI render all of those skills obsolete? And we've seen how AI has begun to replicate almost every single human cognitive capability. And if you look over on the far right, you see that code generation is rapidly approaching that of human capabilities. When we look at standardized tests, right, the tests that are used to get our children into universities, artificial intelligence, generative AI, can perform at a level that is comparable to human students. This is a study that looked at law school students and compared them to generative AI taking law school exams. And generative AI did better consistently than human did when it came to standardized tests. But we're not just using Gen AI as interns. Gen AI is approaching a level of intelligence that surpasses human experts in a lot of domains. The speed with which Gen AI is developing exceeds the pace of almost any technological change that's happened before in human history, and I think the previous panel mentioned this. So this is basically what is called Google-proof Q&A, and what we see is that each generation gets consistently better and better, and it is doing better than humans in psychology tests, biology tests, even wine tasting tests, if you can imagine, right? It's really, really phenomenal. And I think that the biggest application here of generative AI is not text to text, is not text to image, is not text to video, but text to code. And so what we're seeing are the emergence of these tools that are questioning whether or not we need all of these software engineers. So you can just ask ChatGPT to write the code, which would have taken you hours, and now will take you seconds. Okay, I'll skip over these. But the point here is that the languages that are used to program computers are getting increasingly abstract. It used to be that the developer needed to understand machine language, and then we got additional layers of abstraction. We got Fortran, we got up to Python, and now the coding language of the future is natural language. You can use English to ask the computer to write its own code. So with artificial intelligence becoming more and more intelligent, the question is, what's the role of the human? What can human intelligence do? And I think most of us would say humor, soft skills, empathy. There's no way that AI can do that. And yet, when we look at things like humor, ChatGPT is getting pretty good. When we look at soft skills, it's beating human doctors. Even when we look at empathy, when you interact with one of these agents, they are rated as more empathetic than humans in the medical context. So, what's left for us? And I think we need to rethink the way in which we interact with these types of machines. Ultimately, if they can do better than us at almost everything, we need to think about the comparative advantage that we have and how can we combine human and artificial intelligence. The manager of today is going to be managing both humans and these agents. And so this is the way we need to develop human capabilities, the capacity to manage both human and artificial intelligence. There's been some studies that have shown that when you give humans access to artificial intelligence, the combination of the two results in performance that is better than you could get with either one. This is a test of creativity. With access, you do better on creativity. So ultimately, all of our employees are going to be either cyborgs or centaurs. The difference here is that the centaur, there's a clear division between the human and the artificial, whereas with a cyborg, you have an integration of the human and the artificial. And so what's left for us in the way of teaching? What can we teach? How can we create the employee of the future? We need to focus on creativity. A lot of what the previous panel was talking about. We need to focus on culture. And these are things that require a different type of teaching. You cannot simply recycle the teaching methods of the past. How do we create an innovation mindset? Well, we're going to need new tools. Right? We've talked about AR and VR. Talk about case studies. Talk about experimentation. Talk about critical reasoning faculties, strategic thinking. And ultimately, there is an approach to education that has been around for a long time, which existed primarily in the K-12, but we can learn a lot from that with respect to university and professional education. So what do all of these people have in common? Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Sergey and Larry, Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos, all of them went to a Montessori school, which has a very different approach to education, which is student-centered, project-based, curiosity encouraging, and innovation thinking developing. This is the way we need to approach professional education. There's a lot to be learned from these different philosophies of education, and making sure that you match the style of education and the structure of education with the type of human being that you're trying to create. This is the role of the educator in the 21st century. And so, as Albert Einstein said, once you stop learning, you start dying. Creating a culture of continuous learning, that's the goal of the modern educator. And I've been very impressed by the HR people and the senior leaders of the enterprises that I've met here in Saudi during this visit and my last visit, because I think this idea has been embraced by the senior leadership. So thank you so much. Appreciate the visit. Thank you to the Financial Academy, and look forward to the rest of my stay.
شكرا جزيلا للسيد لابلانك البروفيسور في جامعة كاليفورنيا بيركلي على هذا الحديث حول العلاقة مع الذكاء الاصطناعي. وألتقط كلمة قالها أن الدراسات تثبت أن الذكاء الاصطناعي والإنسان معا نتائجهم أفضل دائما من كل طرف على حدة. ولذلك استمرارا لحديثنا في هذا الملتقى حول دمج التقنيات في التدريب والتعليم والقطاع المالي أيضا، نذهب إلى الجلسة الأخيرة. أعلم أنكم حزينون جدا أنها الجلسة الأخيرة، لكن موعودين إن شاء الله بإذن الله بملتقيات قادمة في القطاع المالي أكثر إبهارا وأكثر تفصيلا في هذه الموضوعات. هذه الجلسة سيكون عنوانها دور التدريب وتطوير المواهب في الوصول إلى الاستدامة، استدامة النتائج والاستدامة المؤسسية. يناقشهم المحاور الأستاذ علي أصلان، ويدعو خبراءه على المسرح للانطلاق في الحوار. تفضل.
Let me do this from here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful to be back on stage after having moderated panel one, also to be back for the last panel of this year's Financial Academy Forum, ladies and gentlemen. And the third and last panel is holding the title, The Role of Training and Development in Navigating Sustainability. So it is promising to be a very, very interesting one, particularly if you will see and listen, and who is going to be joining me up on stage here, ladies and gentlemen. First up, he's the Senior Vice President of People Development at Riyadh Bank, where he oversees the Riyadh Bank Academy. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Rahman Farhan Al-Motri, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to have you with us. Also with us, she's the Executive Director of Member Engagement and Learning at the Chartered Insurance Institute. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jill White. Also delighted to be joined up here on stage by the Chief Human Capital and Corporate Affairs Officer at Al Raji Takaful. Ladies and gentlemen, Ibrahim Al-Hawish. And last but certainly not least, we're being complemented and completed, if you will, here up on stage by the Executive Director of HR and Admin Affairs at the Insurance Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ghada Benbas. The microphone's right here, perfect. When the technique works, it makes things easier. Wonderful, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining me here for what is promising to be a very insightful and timely debate, the role of training and development in navigating sustainability. Dr. Abdul Rahman, let me dive right in. We don't have much time, so I want to make the most of this panel. Now, sustainability, it's a given. We hear it at all the conferences. We hear politicians speak about it. It has become somewhat of a buzzword, but it has also evolved quickly to be a critical driver, needless to say, of business success all across industries. In your mind, how do you think the concept of sustainability in recent years has shifted importance, generally for all industries, but particularly yours?
Thank you, Ali. I would like to say thank you to the Financial Academy for hosting such an event. Thank you, everybody, for attending this session. Well, sustainability is, we say it's the hot topic in our industry today, the banking industry. It takes us from thinking about making financial profit to the bank or to the financial institution to consider other factors such as our social, our environment, people around us, and things around us. Few years back, I would say sustainability was the topic that is, considered to be important initiative. Today is the strategic direction for all the industry. We are lucky enough at Riyadh Bank to be led by great board members. They realize it fast. We were requested then to study our capabilities within the Riyadh Bank and see what we have there. And within the learning development and other programs, we try to implement it, bring it to the conscious of our leaders and our senior management, as long as to day-to-day practice. Not only that, but we take another major step and studying and benchmarking what is there in the area, and we collaborated with international experts in that regard. So at least they help us understanding the concept, apply it, and make it part of our day-to-day operation and decision maker.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we will talk in more detail about how you and everyone here on this panel is implementing strategies for integrating sustainability, which you called not just desirable, but increasingly essential, into talent development. But let me bring in Ghada here. Ghada, wonderful to be joined by you here on stage. You have a very impressive CV, many, many years at the forefront of this debate. And this is a question I'm going to ask all of you here as an opener, the same question as that I posed to Abdul Rahman. How is sustainability, which thankfully and rapidly evolved, if you will, from a buzzword and something that companies like to embellish their record with, to something that has become an absolute necessity? How has it changed and influenced your industry?
Thank you very much for this question.
Well, I would like to start by establishing our authority, which is new. The Insurance Authority has been established recently by the Council of Ministers decision at August 2023. And while it's evolving, part of our work currently is establishing our national strategy. And we have a couple of mandates. One of them is ensuring the stability of the market, creating talent tool that would meet the demands. And in line with Vision 2030 objectives, the financial sector development objectives, we currently have focused on sustainability. It's no longer in our industry as a luxury, as it used to be, but it's a priority, a strategic necessity, if I might say. And if you look into Vision 2030 pillars of having a vibrant economy, an ambitious nation, all of those aligned with the different vision realization program, you would have objectives that state and emphasize on fostering a learning environment, if I may say, that would ensure sustainability of talents, which will reflect on the market itself, of having a resilient market, successful and up to date.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you put it very eloquently when you pointed out that sustainability has moved from being a luxury you called it. I like that, to a necessity. I think it's that transition that we're talking about, and it's transition, Jill White, that I'm sure you obviously have also been experiencing and demonstrating throughout your career, certainly in recent years. Tell us how sustainability has moved, as Gara put it so eloquently, moved from a luxury to a necessity.
So thanks for that. I think I was just considering as everyone was talking, it's not just about our accountability to make sure that all practitioners who study with the Chartered Insurance Institute understand sustainability and what impact it might have. It's actually also about the behaviours and the professional skills, so that in order that they act in a sustainable manner. So it's not just understanding the content per se, it's also about those behaviours, so they can make decision making can be based on sustainability and evidence and data and so on. So it's actually a whole mindset rather than just understanding the subject. And it's our accountability to make sure that practitioners are equipped to make all of those decisions, as well as understanding the content as they go through the qualifications.
Yeah, it's really astounding listening to all three of you up until now. I'm going to bring in Ibrahim, of course, just a moment, about how the concept of sustainability was no longer, or rather is no longer regarded a trend, Ibrahim. I think that is the key here. That's the key message in the preliminary round that we're having, something I'm sure that you as a Chief Human Capital and Corporate Affairs Officer are also experiencing and demonstrating on a daily basis.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me. From an insurance perspective, I think the sustainability is now, the insurance is not traditional anymore. It now is fostering or undergoing a transformational, let's say, robust transformation in terms of digital and product development. However, to sustain this transformation or this era of transformation, we need to have the right talent and how to and retain them. To retain them, we need to start a sustainability program for them, and this starting from the value and the strategic direction of the company. So we at Rajah Takaful, we have one of our directions to sustain our talent within the company, provide them with the right knowledge that support the sustainability and the right governance within the company. That will help in building, let's say, a continuous talent pipeline within the company, starting from, let's say, the fresh graduate, moving to the middle management, up to the executive management.
Thank you so much. And certainly as a representative of one of the largest insurance companies here, listening to you and emphasizing the need and importance of sustainability carries a lot of weight, without a doubt. Abdul Rahman, let's get more specific in the second round here and talk about not just about the necessity and the importance of sustainability, but how all of you have actually implemented it and is integrating it into your company and your workforce. Give us some examples. How have you been working on it? How have you been implementing if you will, the sustainability? How have you been integrating it into the talent development within your bank?
Thank you for this question. Well, Ali, we know in English they say that take a village to raise a child, so everybody has to be involved to create this beautiful creature. Within our institution, Riyadh Bank, it's everybody contribution to it. We did start with collaborating with the international global expert in ESG. They designed the training programs for our board, for our executives, C-levels, all the way down. And then we try to, with our strategic partners, to integrate this concept in our policies. We take it down to create a new policy emphasizing that ESG and sustainability must be part of our mandatory training that we need to launch in early 2025. We cover the first cohort from our senior leaders, but the idea of bringing the concept slowly to people, we didn't want to rush it. It's not rocket science for them, but however, it's another extra way to be able to understand, apply, evaluate, and then maybe later on generate report when it comes to ESG. What we sense, in fact, we think it's people welcoming the idea, and especially our young employee, they are excited about it. They care about environment, they care about social movement that is happening around the kingdom and globally. So we didn't find any kind of resistance. Seems like a smooth sailing for us, but a policy to support that need to be taken in place soon. And then we are planning to automate a lot of these principles to our day-to-day decision maker, all of that. And that is our role as learning and development and talent development, to integrate it in our leadership training programs, future leader training programs, mandatory training programs, as well as our e-platforms that we support our employee with. So everything within training must be include something around ESG.
Yeah, thank you so much, Abdul Rahman, for demonstrating how you at Riyadh Bank are integrating sustainability into talent development. Obviously, this is also how you bring out and complete and shape future-ready leaders, of course, for your industry, something that we will pick up on in just a moment. But Jill, we're talking about strategies for integrating sustainability into talent development. And with your background, extensive background in learning development, I'm sure you have a thing or two to say about that.
I do, and thank you. So obviously we've embedded ESG and sustainability into lots of our qualifications and learning programs. But I think one of the things that's really important, that's making a huge difference for us internationally, is the launch of the Profession Map, which is the competency framework, the international competency framework for all financial advisors. There's a separate one for them, and for all insurers. This is a framework of competence across all levels of seniority and experience. And what it introduces you to is not simply the technical training, to my point earlier, but actually the knowledge, skills and behaviours that a practitioner needs across all levels in order to be able to do their role properly. So it covers professional skills such as ethical decision-making, sustainable risk-taking, commercial acumen, as well as the behaviours that an advisor or a broker needs, the ability to coach a client, build rapport, gain trust, as well as all of the technical skills such as cyber, AI, as we've been talking about today, as well as ESG. So all of those things are really important now and will be part of our new qualifications framework that we'll be launching in the next few years, so that we get this fully rounded practitioner rather than just a technical expert.
Yeah, it's a full package then, if you will, at the end that you are creating, Gada. And as Jill was saying, it's clear from the examples and results that we've been seeing that the strategic integration of ESG's principles reshape an organization and perhaps more importantly also drive long-term value creation. Give us your experience, share with us your experience.
Okay, well, once you foster a culture of learning, you would enhance sustainability in the organization. And I think we have a couple of techniques to do that in terms of changing the organizational culture to embrace sustainability. One of them could be embedding the sustainability within the daily roles of operational roles of people. Another one is encouraging innovation with accountability. So people, even when they come up with innovative ideas, they need to know that they are accountable for results and sustainability. A third thing is we could intrinsically motivate people once we align their social, environmental interest with the jobs they're doing, especially about subjects they're passionate about, and then we enhance the sustainability of implementing those things. Now, the organizations currently with Vision 2030 in Saudi Arabia are giving a lot of attention to sustainability because they know that it is essential for their survival in the market with the Vision 2030. As I've mentioned a while ago, it's no longer a luxury. Now, we're all accountable. Vision 2030 has targets. All of those targets are reported to the government. And if we prove that we just did quick wins and then we were not able to sustain those results, we will be accountable in front of the government and those projects initiated. And in addition to that, I do see that what the government has been doing across the years of sending a lot of Saudis to reputable institutes, doing collaboration like what we have done today. The Academy launched a couple of alliances or partnership with, for instance, the Chartered Institute of Insurance with Berkeley. We're developing leaders in the market. That's part of sustainability.
Yeah, it's important not to have a very narrow definition, perhaps, of the term sustainability, a much broader one. You laid out a very good example of how to keep up morale and motivation, Ibrahim, amongst the workforce, which obviously, at the end of the day, turns out also good for business. Can you speak a little bit about that? How does the motivational factor, how does a motivated workforce, if you will, what impact does it have on productivity and, of course, employee satisfaction, which next to value creation is something every company should strive for?
For this question, I think building the right talent, let's say, culture within the company, starting from, let's say, what I've said before, starting from the strategic direction for the company, then seeing what the right capability within the company. We need to assess them. We need to build the engagement survey, see what's the current capability that we have, and how we can develop them in the near future, in order to, let's say, cope with our sustainability strategic direction. However, building on what Jill has said about the right capability, right skills and knowledge that we need to build our right talent. Also, I think we need to focus on let's say, technical knowledge and interpersonal abilities, in addition to the ethical leadership and digital transformation. that will integrate more sustainable, let's say, initiatives within that day-to-day operation within the company.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I think it's abundantly clear throughout this second round of questioning how important it is to implement and integrate sustainability into the talent development and the skill set, if you will, of your employees. But just as we talked about during the very first panel here, Abdul Rahman, it's one thing, and we talked about continuous learning, of course, in that regard, but we can easily translate it to sustainability as well, is how you create a culture. How do you create that particular culture within your company, in this case, a sustainable culture? How do you foster it amongst your workforce? You as a leader, what examples are you setting?
We lead by example, definitely, and that's why earlier I mentioned that it comes from the senior management. The commitment comes from the senior management and the drive, and everybody else will follow that. But at the same time, we have to package our product to people, because you want the buy-in, you want people to practice it, believe it, and take it years from now. It's not like just this year. It's going to be long journey. It's a huge impact 20 years, 50 years from now. So speaking of leadership involvement, if that's happening, the rest is easy. I will considering developing a new competency frameworks that integrate ESG in it and create KPIs in that regard. And reward people and recognize their effort in that direction. So it's a packaging thing, but prior to that, create the culture that hosts it and welcome it, and take it smoothly within the organization. People are working hard now, as we just mentioned today, lack of sleep, and anything new to them will be like are you serious about it? It seems like very hard things to do. But we need ambassador that take the message and deliver it all the way down. And I think it's a necessary things for tomorrow investors, for example. Today, we have some rich people today managing our stock market, managing our financial institution. Their kids are different. So they're going to be the investor and the shareholders 20 years from now. They think differently, they eat differently, they behave differently, and they drive electrical cars. So we have to be prepared to meet their expectation. And that needs to be tailored, I will say, around specific things. In the financial institution today, their roles, I would say, we have to enable other institutions to be to meet that requirement. At least when we fund X company, we have to make sure that X company is not destroying our environment or not considering our social responsibility here and there. So it's a packaging and awareness, and it's a message, and make people believe in it. Usually people say, what's in it for me? As a young employee, if I see great initiative, great project, if that touch my soul, I will be part of it. If not, I will not participate in it. So it's collective work.
And the collective work, but also leading by example, of course. For a leader such as yourself to set the example for your employees to follow and strive for. And Jill, when we're talking about fostering a sustainable culture within a company, what skills are we talking here specifically? What set of skills are needed?
Yeah, so it's exactly that culture from the top, and our job is to provide the tools to support organisations from these fine panellists here in order to be able to more readily create that culture. So the sort of things that we offer are diagnostics around their levels of competence in order to understand the gaps between where they are today and where they could be tomorrow, around some of the things I've already mentioned, such as sustainable risk, ethical decision-making, and so on. So they can use the map to either self-diagnose or organisationally diagnose, and then choose what content or qualifications they need to support themselves. But I think the other thing I would echo about the youth of today and all of our research and thought leadership demonstrates this is the young are very passionate about sustainability and ESG, and actually will only come and stay in those organizations where they're not playing at it, where they can see that from the top it's embedded and it's in the DNA. Because if they feel that it's either lip service as it used to be with CSR, or that they're not going to get developed along those lines and be able to support their clients with ethical products, they'll simply leave and go elsewhere.
Yeah.
So it's absolutely vital that it becomes, that we're as serious about it as the youth of today are.
And move beyond, as you put it, beyond the phrases, beyond the concept, fill it with life, and implement it in real scenarios where the employees see the direct benefit of it. Ghada and Ibrahim, we're talking here about what leadership qualities and skills are essential for driving ESGs. Ghada, why don't you go first? What is your take on this? And then Ibrahim, let me also bring you in.
Okay, for people. So if you want to create sustainability within the workforce especially, people need to know or see, envision themselves in the future. Where would I be? Where would I go? And if you have this, as Dr. Abdurrahman said, packaged well and sold to them, then they will be part of it. You will have their buy-in. They would equip themselves once you offer them the skills and the chance with whatever it takes to be part of the sustainable workforce. Because as you know, we do have jobs that would be absolute with technology, and some of them are emerging. So we need to do reskilling, upselling, repurposing of people. So when they see that we've paved the way for them with providing them with a future vision, with enablers to reach that future vision, then this way we're creating sustainability. Another thing is probably about sustainability when it comes to workforce is the importance of preparing successors and succession planning for sustainability. Now, with technology and with the opportunities, especially in Saudi Arabia, the retention rate within the organization is very low. People are moving because there are a lot of opportunities with Vision 2030. So it has more responsibility for us HR leaders. What can we do to retain people? What can we do to convince them to stay? What can we do to make whatever effort they're doing is sustainable? That could be approached by different aspects, offering them training programs that would align with future needs of the organization, equipping them with skills that would sustain them for a while, having dynamic organization that is coping up with rapid social, environmental, governance, geopolitical changes as well. All of those combined together would enhance the sustainability in an organization.
And as you pointed out, it's a matter of survival for every company to do so, because you might face the risk of losing your best people at the end of the day in this very competitive environment that not just Saudi Arabia, but the entire globe, finds itself in.
And Gen Z think differently than what we used to think.
For
they're
sure.
More bolder. They embrace technology, they know their value, and they're vocal about their rights.
Yes, and that is probably a good thing, a positive thing, that we're seeing these changes being pushed by the younger generation. Ibrahim, also to conclude this particular round on identifying skills, give us your sense. How do you, as a leader, as a chief human capital officer, how do you identify and nourish those skills that are so vitally needed to integrate sustainability into your talent pool?
Yeah, this is starting from, let's say, the hiring. We see the people that are fitting our culture. Since we are supporting the SDGs within our company, if they are fit with our culture, we hire them. During the onboarding, process, we showcasing our let's say, efforts within the company that supporting the CSR or the ICGs. Moving forward, we have, let's say, an internal training and analysis for the current workforce. During the TNA, there is a core competencies that we are focusing on. One of them is the ICGs, or the governance and social and environmental competencies. During our, let's say, training and development activities within the company, we ensure that some of the courses, we include some takeaways or some topics that covers the ICGs in order to give the current talent within the company an overall of the importance of ICGs. Nevertheless, during the engagement or during the engagement survey, we shared some questions about some opportunities to participate in ICGs, let's say, activities, CSRs. We have done some of them last year and during this year also. And these are some of the activities that we have done in Project Takaful.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, I think the necessity, the relevance, the importance of sustainability, integrating it into your workforce for your own benefits, first and foremost, I think is perfectly understood. I want to address during this following round, I want to address the key tools that you address amidst the many ongoing environmental and social challenges that we're seeing. That is, of course, Abdul Rahman, that is a challenge for each and every company, for each and every leader. Give us a sense, how do you at Riyadh Bank, how do you address these ongoing environmental and social challenges? How do you adjust and adapt your talent pool accordingly?
Thank you so much. First of all, we try to be aware of what's happening around us in terms of regulations changing, in terms of strategic direction of the country. So we are always kind of aware and, try to navigate, our system here and there. We observed since the 2030 vision was launched a huge social change in the kingdom. And we adapted that. Riyadh Bank adapted in terms of hiring young Saudi women and empowering them, and to the point today, I think we reach about 37% of our workforce are Saudi young ladies, and that, just one piece of a huge initiative the bank is doing. I would say, unless we know what's going on around us, we're going to miss a lot. So we try to be, engage in the community services, engage in. Our leaders are engaged with our staff as well, to take care of them and meet them and listen to them. We meet with people, young people that we are training, or we recruiting to the bank as well, and those who are leaving, to see where they're going, what we missed, we need to pay attention to. So it's a continuous progress, or things happening sometimes out of our control. For example, when people try to shift from job to jobs now because opportunities are left and right, that is something, we are aware of, and it seems to be the word of the town, everybody is speaking about. But kindly, we are aware of what's happening, and our seniors are in the top of things, and we try to, as much as we can, understand what's happening globally and locally. Riyadh Bank, by the way, has some branches globally, so we study what's there and here. The challenge I see around the kingdom is the speed that things are taking. Hopefully, we didn't miss much, but we document things and we try to reflect on it, and document it to review it and learn from it. And we have our colleagues that is asking us about the progress report. Anyhow, I think we are in a good shape in terms of sustainability.
Yeah, being mindful and aware of the many rapid changes that's, I think, irrespective of geography is taking place. But God, certainly in this country, Saudi Arabia is going through extremely rapid and dynamic changes that every time I, for instance, come to this country, sometimes within a time span of only a few months, I'm seeing the dynamism being played out right in front of my very eyes. So to live and work in such a dynamic and evolving structure and landscape can be challenging, I can assume. How do you address those key tools to address these changes?
Okay, now let's start with when the vision started. When His Royal Highness announced the vision, a lot of people were skeptical around the world. They said, well, those people are dreamers. And he said that I have the young people with me who have the strength of Twig, which is one of our mountains, well-known mountains. And we have the will of Twig, which means that we have the power to do and achieve that vision of 2030. And people around the world were watching this region, and when they were skeptical, and by the time they start believing, because we started achieving a lot of things that were a dream to my generation. I was born in the 70s, I grew up in the States, I returned back to Saudi Arabia, I was exposed to two cultures, so I've noticed the different changes that happened in Saudi Arabia. I studied in the UK as well, so every time I come here, I get surprised by a new building. Sometimes even week by week, whenever you pass by a street, you would find a new building there. When we look at our news, we would find new entities established. For instance, let's look at the strategy of one of the ministries, which is Ministry of Tourism. It had 23 national projects, giga and mega projects, like Red Sea, like Al Qiddiya, like NEOM. So all of those changes around us are sometimes catching us by surprise. And by time now, after 5 years and approaching 2030, we should learn now that what we promised or our government promised has delivered. And there is much to come. And we need, as generation, to sustain those changes and do better. We should go above and beyond to meet those expectations. So this is my takeaway of it. One of the things I like by Saudi Arabia is, for instance, embracing IA. His Royal Highness said in Osaka in 2019, once IA, an Internet of Things, is utilized well, it will bring a lot of improvement to humanity. And he stuck to that promise. A lot of organizations in Saudi Arabia adopted AI and generative learning. And it is proven that it would enhance the sustainability in a lot of our businesses instead of having them absolute.
Yeah, thank you so much for this very comprehensive answer, because it shows, as somebody who is shaping the future of this country together, that you feel extremely passionate and proud of the developments, and rightfully so, that we're seeing here, Ibrahim, because this evolving dynamic landscape is a blessing in many ways. It also brings perhaps a certain set of challenges, sometimes even surprises, as we just heard. How do you face them?
Actually, for the challenges that we are facing, one of the things that we need is internal collaboration within, let's say, leadership, executive management, and all employees, in order to achieve the unified goal, which is the ICG's implementation within the company. So we have started last year developing some initiatives internally in terms of, let's say, talent development. Also in terms of another initiative that is somehow related to employees or employee value proposition of the company. We have done some CSR campaigns outside the company. We have done let's say, an internal wellness program for the employees gym memberships or gym internal gym for the employees. Also, we have done some, let's say, dietary food for employees so they can they can follow some healthy programs. This will help and have sustainable wellness for the employees. On the other hand, providing, let's say, the external talent that we providing such initiatives within the company will increase the value brand for the company in terms of attracting the outsider talents. We have a challenge. We still, let's say, within the insurance industry, I think we haven't reached the right maturity in terms of nurture the talent within the companies, or providing the, let's say, the add-on initiatives for the community. However, I think in the coming few years, especially after establishing the insurance authority, we have now, let's say, a focus regulator that will work with us in order to, let's say, overcome these challenges.
Yeah, and thank you, Ibrahim. And Jill, listening to our three local speakers, if you will, Saudi-based speakers, for you and I, coming from the quote-unquote the old world, if you will, Great Britain, Germany, where things unfortunately tend to be much slower these days and less dynamic, as we're seeing play out in this part of the region, we can only marvel at the pace and the dynamics playing out here right in front of our very eyes. What advice, perhaps even, do you have for our panelists, but also the audience, of course, as they are finding themselves in this very dynamic, amidst these very dynamic challenges and changes, rather?
Yes, absolutely. So I think, you know, it's not acceptable to put our heads in the sand. So we need to embrace this change and welcome it. And one of the examples I wanted to share with you is that for the first time last week, we had our first fully artificial intelligence exam answer. So where someone had not done any of the work and had used AI to do all of the work to try and pass a qualification. However, we have already embedded AI to catch AI. So our own artificial intelligence found the wrong exam and rejected it. So it's about thinking that step ahead to try and use the exciting innovations to make the most of the environment. One of the other things that we're doing is obviously using and supporting organisations with learning experience platforms, bite-sized content, accessible content, video, and so on, so that the younger people and the talent are learning in a way that's accessible to them, and it works with their short length of attention span effectively, and allows them to have the conversation where they feel comfortable, rather than us dragging them to an old dusty study text and forcing them to sit and read a book.
Yeah, very remarkable developments that we are witnessing here, and thank you for sharing that particular anecdote. Being very mindful of the time as the panel is slowly but surely nearing its end. We've talked a lot about the need and necessity for sustainability. Let's look a bit into the future, if you will, and look at the future of sustainability. Let me start with you. At the end of the day, you have rightfully said to integrate innovation and sustainability into your culture is a means to address future challenges effectively. That is unlikely to change. If anything, it is only going to gain in prominence and relevance heading into the future.
Definitely. Now, if you look into the use of technology among organizations, it's huge and it's influencing our future business, as has been, I guess, the previous panel addressed that subject in details. However, if I want to touch base about whatever we're talking about in terms of sustainability, generative AI, for instance, when we have personalized learning, could influence sustainability, in which we mix whatever has been proven to be benchmark or best practices with future innovative ideas, so we could merge past with the present and future to enable people. Having simulation or sandboxes, for instance, to have people do testing of their work would bring us sustainability of a lot of businesses that could be absolute because nobody is trying to find solutions for them out of the box, but experiencing it with a safe environment that would give you models and alternatives would enhance the future. The digital learning platforms nowadays, in which would equip people with a lot of skills that they don't need to travel or leave their work. Self-paced learning would help as well. A lot of analytical tools that would track performance, trend analysis of employees' behavior, employees' feedback, surveys, would give us solutions to influence future policies and even affect the market when it comes to consumer behavior.
Yeah.
So this is part of the uses of technology, if I may say, that would enhance sustainability.
For certain. Thank you for pointing that out, Gada. And I think it's a point very well taken that technology, as the previous panel, but also the very first one here on continuous learning, has stressed and overstressed, if you will. It's not a trend, but a reality we all have to face and grapple with very quickly. Ibrahim, you said to empower employees to make sustainable decisions by embedding ESGs into every level of talent development is key and essential. Clearly something we can all agree on here on this stage, something that's only going to become even more crucial as time progresses. How are you going to make sure, as a leader, to make sure this trend is upholding?
One of the things I think is to ensure that we have the right governance within such programs within the company. We ensure, let's say, the continuity of these programs throughout the years. And I think ESGs will be one of the, let's say, driving force in the insurance industry in the future. Let's say companies with sustainable talent, sustainable or strong practices of sustainability, they will be one of the favorable companies for the clients. So I think focusing on sustainability in the future will become more crucial and will back the product development and let's say risk assessment, and nevertheless also on the customer and stakeholder engagement.
Thank you so much. Jill, you started your remarks on this panel by very rightfully saying that sustainability is not just a trend, it is a skill every organization needs to thrive, something I believe that has been sufficiently and splendidly established here on this panel. Looking into the future, how are we going to make sure that every company, every team leader, if you will, is inheriting this model?
Yeah. So one of our jobs as the professional body is obviously to do the thought leadership and conduct the research to support what the future thinking looks like. And then our job is to translate that into the learning and the content that will support all of these guys with their organizations. So that's our role, is to turn effectively that thought leadership into CPD that's accessible for all. And use the tools that are appropriate. So one of the things we've just launched is, to the earlier point, is a virtual workshop for financial advisors where all of the best financial advice is inside the avatar, and the financial advisor in a safe environment is able to have a discussion with a potential client, and depending on the answers and the questions they ask, they get either a great outcome or a not so great outcome. So that's using the wealth of experience of years and putting it at the feet of people who are learning today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jill.
Abdurrahman, we started this panel. We're going to conclude it with you. You're going to get the final remarks. And you said something very pointedly. Aligning talent development with sustainability ensures your workforce is future ready. And this is what it's all about at the end of the day. We talked about all the changes, the SEG, the tackles and challenges we're all facing, you as business leader, but all of us, if you will. And to be future ready, to be resilient and proven material, if you will, for what is to come is essential. That has to be and is probably your main task for the years ahead.
Sure, I will say, will add to that. You have to link your core values to ESG principles. You must do that to keep it and sustain it, and make it within the DNA of this institution. You cannot just keep it around here and there, and whenever you remember it, you go back to it. Integrate it within your core values. That will assure practice and implementation, and I would say collaborate with others. You cannot do it alone. Collaborate with experts, and yes, build capabilities around that. Bring people, especially young people. The buy-in is essential here. If that is done, I think you will be capable of sustaining your business and meeting your customer expectation. And seek benchmarking. Go to the sustainability index and see your country, see your institutions, see your whatever you're seeking, and find out how can you improve just one step ahead. That will at least give you a North Star that you're seeking to reach. But I think within next 5 years, this topic will be something unique, and the achievement will be great. And I'm sure we will have another session when we celebrate success.
Yeah, without a doubt. In 5 years' time now, when we sit here for the Future Academy Forum 2029, I'm sure that will still be the relevant topic to be discussed. And I think your plea for individuals but companies to be open for collaboration is something that is very well appreciated here at the Financial Academy Forum, which manages year in, year out to bring spectacular individuals such as yourself, both based in Saudi Arabia but also internationally, to come together and do exactly that, to collaborate, exchange thoughts, learn from best practices, and then move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of TND in navigating sustainability, what a spectacular final panel this has been. I think is a wonderful and splendid way to conclude the panels here at this year's Financial Academy Forum. Abdurrahman Al-Moteri, Gada Ben Bas, Jill White, and Ibrahim Al-Howish. Thank you so much for your insights and leadership. This is your applause. Much appreciated.
شكرا جزيلا للسادة المتحدثين، والشكر موصول لكم أنتم حضورنا الكرام. وربما نختم هذا الملتقى بالرسالة التي وجهتها السيدة جيل وايت في نهاية حديثها، وكذلك أيضا بالقفزة التي أخذنا لها السيد أصلان إلى عام 2029. هذا الملتقى، ملتقى الأكاديمية المالية في عام 2024، ربما ابتدأ بحديث معالي الجويز بتذكيرنا بمنجزات الأكاديمية خلال السنوات الماضية، خلال دورة استراتيجيتها السابقة، وانتقالا إلى هذه الاستراتيجية التي تطبق خلال هذين العامين. أيضا كذلك معالي الخلف كان يتحدث، وهو نائب وزير المالية، كان يتحدث عن الحساسية للمعلومة ولأيضا المداولة في القطاع المالي، وبالتالي لابد أن تكثف جميع الجهات سواء المصرفية أو حتى التأمينية أو غيرها من الجهات، لابد أن تكثف استثمارها في الابتكار وفي التقنية وفي الخدمات، خصوصا أن التشريعات في المملكة العربية السعودية تخدم مثل هذه الابتكارات في مرونتها وفي رشاقتها إن صحت التسمية. قلت المرونة قبل قليل، ربما لاحظتم في الجلسات التي طرحت خلال هذه أو خلال هذا الملتقى، المرونة أولا، كذلك أيضا القيادة، التدريب، التقنية، الابتكار، الذكاء الاصطناعي، كل هذه المصطلحات وهذه التعبيرات تشكلت حولها الجلسات الحوارية والأحاديث الرئيسة التي استمعتم لها. طبعا استمعتم هنا إلى عقول وخبرات التنفيذيين في القطاع المصرفي وقطاع التأمين، وأيضا في المعاهد والجامعات الدولية والعالمية. وعلى طاري المعاهد والجامعات الدولية والعالمية، أعود لأذكركم بما تم خلال هذا الصباح من مبادرات وشراكات. كانت أولها مبادرة وطنية لزيادة عدد الحاصلين على شهادة المحلل المالي المعتمد في المملكة العربية السعودية، أيضا الاعتماد من معهد التأمين القانوني كمركز تطوير مهني معتمد، وأيضا اعتماد الأكاديمية المالية كشريك تدريبي عالمي من جامعة كاليفورنيا بيركلي. وختاما مبادرة تأهيل 150 قائد في قطاع التأمين. هذا هو الختام، هذا هو الملخص. شكرا جزيلا لكم على حضوركم الكريم، شكرا لكم أنكم شرفتونا، وبإذن الله موعودين بحضوركم في النسخة القادمة. الآن في ختام هذا الملتقى ندعو من يرغب بالمشاركة في التقاط صورة ختامية أن يتفضل هنا على المسرح وأن يشاهدها في وسائل التواصل الاجتماعي ليشاركها. شكرا لكم.